And Professor is here, so I'll make this point. So he kept saying to me, Uncle Tan, we cannot make a film to all be talking heads. I said, yeah, Joel, it's good to have all these things they teach you in film school. But you get to a point where you know the rules and you decide to break the rules. Now, his point was that, how can we make a film, 30-minute film on Ojekere, just Ojekere himself talking? No, yes, we can. This is a situation where somebody wants to tell his own story. And when we made the film, it was quite successful. Now, one thing I like about Joel, I see him as myself maybe 30 years ago. Yeah, I made my first documentary in 1974. And at that time, I'm proud to say that our crew had some of the best equipment in Nigeria. We invested a lot. I mean, in those days, I'd rather buy a lens than buy a pair of shoes. So somewhere along the line, sorry gentlemen, we got robbed in Ibadan. We were shooting and somebody said, oh, let's drop by a nightclub. We should have gone home to to chill out, to at least drop the equipment. So when we're in this nightclub enjoying ourselves, when we came up, all our equipment had been stolen. I mean, I nearly ran mad, to put it mildly. So in a sense, that kind of put a damper on my career, because as an independent filmmaker with equipment, you can just have a brainwave and move around. Anyway, so meeting him has been wonderful. He's younger, he wants to learn, he has the equipment, and this second, or our two films have been based on labor of, love or whatever, how you, but the important thing is shared. Exactly. And we are now getting on very, very well. But I'm happy to say that he has discovered that I'm a genius. Yeah, my friend Yemi, she's a great writer. Last time she came, and I made a comment that documentary filmmaking is an intellectual exercise. Yeah. Now, why do I say he discovered that I'm a genius? Oluwamoda can talk. He can talk. We asked him a question about keys. It took more than 15 minutes. He was telling us about how keys, he wanted some keys, they donated keys, and I think when he was doing his master's, and the janitor came and saw these keys in his room, and he said, this is a guy who could be a serial rapist. So they came and cleared the key. Anyway, he talked and talked and talked. Basically, this is from 5 hours of footage. Yeah, 5 hours of footage. So you can imagine listening to all the 5 hours, take a sentence out here, take another sentence out there. And for those of you who make film, because you were taken from so many different takes, there were a lot of jump cuts. That's why we had to. But it was a beautiful exercise. And although there's no money in making documentaries, there's no money. And unfortunately, we don't have the TV stations that want to encourage us to show them. But I believe that we have a sense of social responsibility, and that's why we are making them. Thank you very much.
Comment. I would like to thank Uncle Tam for coming up with this very beautiful documentary. I would then like to leverage on something you said as your closing thought there. You said we have a social responsibility to society to document things. This is very, very correct. I sat down in this same place last year or 2 years ago, and I watched a documentary on Fatah Rolling Dollars done by one of my friends, Femi Odugbemi. Yeah. Brilliant. Shortly after that time, the man passed on.
Yeah.
And you begin to wonder in your mind what would have happened if that film had not been made. Mm-hmm. If there had been nothing in the life of that man, that octogenarian who later passed on at that time, one of the legends of Nigerian music who went international eventually. Yeah. And then you, sir, your good self, you did a film on Pao Jekiri. I sat down here and I also watched this in the festival. And that was really a very brilliant thing. And after that time, the man passed on. That will explain to you, sir, and that will convince.
Please, before you go on. Okay. Oluwamoda won't pass on soon.
He won't pass, okay. I was just making these references to tell you the significant thing about this thing you are doing. Yeah. That when people get to a point, we want to assume they want to live forever, but it's not possible for anybody. Yeah. So the earlier we catch them, see what they are doing, document, and make them legacies for those that are coming, yeah, the better we'll serve society in that respect. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Yes, and I would like to make a comment. A lot of people, well, let me say a few people have come and they said, oh, they want to do a documentary on me. And the answer is a big no. Because my philosophy has always been that my work should be known and I shouldn't be known. Because once you get known, you know our press. We saw Tamfio Furi at the bus stop. You know, car don't break down. Your privacy will be, yes, you know. So I'm a bit selfish on that point. I really don't want to be known. Any more?
Yes, sir. Could you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes, please.
Would we be here talking about them? So, sir, please. For not wanting to be seen at the bus stop, not wanting to be recognized as, no, sir. Okay, we tell you, please allow us when we come to you, because we will come to you soon.
Look, okay, let me say something, please. No, let me say something, please. I think I'll give you the challenge of making, if you want to, making a different type of documentary on me. In other words, I mean, you can say get your footage from other ceremonies, but to sit me down and say, anyway, it's a task. Yeah. And anything Yemi says. So.
Well, kudos on that. I think rather than you all just talking about it and talking the talk, just do it. Shut up and just do it. And let's see it next festival. Don't talk too much. Okay. Okay. I apologize. I didn't mean that in a rude way. I just mean just do the job. Okay. My question is, could you just talk to us about the trajectory of this work you've just done? For people who want to learn about it, how long did it take you to do it? How long for the research? You're talking about the intellectual part of documentary filmmaking. What was the process that got you to that point? And how much of the literature did you have to read in terms of all the history and research did you have to do? And how did you break it ages? Did you have to work with a script? Did you write a script on where you wanted to go? Material. How much did you rely on that, or did you not rely on that at all?
That's wonderful. It's only Professor Nii Koka that will ask those kind of questions. Like I said earlier, I tend to make films on people that I admire, and over a period of time, I've had access to their work. Now, in the case of Oluwamoda, I'm happy to say that I've known him since the mid-'80s. And I like to hang out with artists. So once in a while, I go watching work. This is over about 30 odd years. So I've had a feel work. I've seen his work progress. So those were the kind of guidelines that we started with. Now, the kind of scripting I did was based on the questions I asked. And that's why I called the film A Metallic Journey. You know, I knew he was going on a metallic journey. When I met him, he wasn't doing the capsule series. You know, he had done things with funnels. So I knew, I had observed his progression as an artist, not only in the forms, but also in the type of metals he was using. Like we saw the painting or plasma cut, he hadn't done that. So, like I said, I watched his progression, and the kind of questions I asked were basically based on the research and knowledge I had on his work. So that was what guided me in asking those questions. And then, like I said earlier on, he talks quite a bit. So we ended up with about 5 hours of talk. Now, the thing about working with other people, in fairness to Joel Benson, he's a consultant to one of these big companies, you know. So they can request his presence to do documentaries for them. So that's why the film took us 3 years to make. 3 years. We had 1 or 2 disasters. We lost a lot of footage. The hard drive crashed. So we had to recreate, you know, some of the things we lost. Actually, we lost an outdoor exhibition. We documented that. So that's where engineer Shilon came in. And yes, so we now decided to, I think this man is documenting me already. Yeah, I know, but you are taking video now, not be so, nothing spoil. You know, so basically, that was the technique. We will go shoot. He invited, okay, like what we really wanted to do, or what we did in the film, was what we wanted to do was to have within the film a whole production process. If you notice the steel work that Mbanefo had commissioned, we had wanted to document it from the beginning because we were there when he started it, to document the whole process until the end of it, and then the installation. So if you noticed, the nearest we got was when they were trying to test mount it, and we saw a bit of the hourglass. Have I answered did I ramble a bit? Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Uncle Tom. And that fits into the panel that we're going into, which is digital broadcasting and documentary and citizen journalism. Digital documentary and citizen journalism, the security imperative. And it's curated by the University of Port Harcourt Department of Theatre and Film Studies. May I quickly invite Professor Femi Shaka to give the opening note while Dr. Nwafo takes a run. I think you will be the one to invite virtually everybody who is going to be part of this. Now, this is something new that we're starting. Please, may I request that those who are at the back, anywhere from after the television, can you please come to the front? It's better that way, so those who come late will sit at the back. We don't want people walking into the shots. Because we are documenting this, as you can see. And when they walk into the camera, they just distort the picture. So let them sit at the back. Please, Yakuba, please move to the front. I know you don't want to move. Now I've mentioned your name. I plead with you, please just come to the front. Leave the back seat, please. Because we don't want people walking into the camera, as I've said. We're documenting this. This is something that will be going out on the iREP TV, which is to be launched very soon. Well, this is a project that we're starting new, collaboration with institutions. Collaboration with institutions, and we're very happy to start it off with the University of Port Harcourt. There's something about making a promise and fulfilling it. Please, a big round of applause for Professor Femi Shaka and his colleagues. Because last year when he gave the keynote, he mentioned specifically that he was working very hard at having because everybody was complaining about the quality of our films, why are the films so poor, script and all that. And he said, we're going to work at it and start a department, a program that will be to the advantage of training of Nigerian filmmakers. So we stop complaining about the kind of work that they do. Thank you very much, Professor Shaka. And then, so you continue with the...
Thank you. The work we are doing at the University of Port Harcourt is geared towards training the new generation of filmmakers, and it's a project that is meant to put to rest many of the angst which we have about the quality of films coming out of Nollywood. And one of the platforms through which we tend to approach the issue is to try as much as possible to demystify the production process in social documentation, and that is why I'm very, very fascinated with the work of Uncle Tam Fiofori. And with the advent of satellite broadcasting and digitization, we are now witnesses to a whole process whereby citizens all over the world are now being encouraged to be able to document anything within their own environment which is of social importance to their community and the rest of the world, and be able to upload it, to broadcast stations so that the rest of the world get to know of it. Issues that before the era of digitization would have been lost, would have been read about only months after they've taken place. We see them, we watch them maybe a few hours after they've taken place. And I think one of the satellite broadcast stations that started the tradition was CNN in the iREP series. And shortly after that, we started seeing it in the Channels television series, which is also encouraging Nigerians to do the same thing. And I bet we are living witnesses to the fact that Nigerians are very good in learning and learning very fast. And so we witnessed it when 4 students of the University of Port Harcourt who were gruesomely murdered in Alu, and few minutes after it happened, it was uploaded into Facebook, in Channels TV, and other, digital platforms had access to it. And what this does with the instruments such as our cell phone and the various platforms through which we can upload materials, what it does is to democratize the process of documentation, of social documentation. It does not drive out experts, trained documentarists like Tam Fiafuri out of their job. But it makes it possible for everybody to document what is happening in his or her environment and make people much more confident that we can tell our own stories without waiting for journalists to come and nose around to find out what is happening. We can do part of the job for them. And the students within the University of Port Harcourt did most of those documentation which were uploaded, which got the world. In fact, the policing system, the policing dimension of it was helped by the documentation that was carried out by students who watched the killing happening, and they were able to record it. And it was through those footages that the security agents were able to trace who and who partook in the killing of those youths. Of course, they had their own problems, messing with bad gangs and the rest of it, but nothing warrants that kind of killing that those boys suffered. And so that's the power of the documentary, taking it to that level that it is possible for you to document whatever is happening within our society. And in lieu of the security challenges which we are currently having in Nigeria, I think it is high time that the security agencies open up platforms within their websites through which citizens can report crime as they are taking place. And special units ought to be put on such beats so that if a crime is happening in real time, such a response team can go straight to the scene and react. We don't have to wait until the crime is committed and is finished before you go there. They can react as it is happening. And that is an area where most of our security agencies have not looked at. Just as citizens' journalism is aiding and assisting in the area of journalistic practices, citizen journalism can also be used through social documentation in aiding the work of security agents. Sometimes we see people moving in our neighborhood in a funny manner. Such people can be reported without their knowledge to such a website. And in a few minutes, if such units are well funded, they should be able to respond, go to such street, and nip the criminals before they even carry out their crimes. We don't need to bring in special, people who will tell you the same thing which we think we can do among ourselves. We can do these things. They are within reach. We are doing them, we see them, and we take them for granted. And so that is why I commend the work of Tam Fiofori. He's been doing this work for many years, and my happiness is that he's brought somebody under his wings who is undergoing training. But this is also a challenge to those of us who are training people in the area of the practice of documentary. There is nothing mystifying about it. There's nothing mystifying about it. It all depends on your commitment as an artist, on what you want to do. There are so many stories that are out there to be told. The story on the Mama Put in your neighborhood, who is feeding the whole neighborhood. The bachelors and the spinsters who don't have time to cook and the rest of it. And of course, the pepper soup joint. There are a lot of stories to be told, to be documented, because nothing is static in society. There were many years past, we know that the means of transportation within Lagos was motorbike. Now motorbike are being faded out. And we didn't document it They are being faded out of all our cities. And so youths will grow up and not know that there was a time when Okada riding was a major part of our social existence. And once we don't document it, we lose it forever. The only time we get it now is when we watch Nollywood movies and you will see people mounting on motorbikes. But now we know that was a phase in our social history. So these are the issues which the panel, I will give the mic to them to introduce. Let me introduce my colleagues from the University of Port Harcourt. To my extreme left, we have Reverend Father Dr. Innocent Uwa. He's a Reverend Father, and he studied film in Dublin, and I captured him. I'm always looking for talents to capture. I've captured Femi Odugbemi. He doesn't know I've captured him. I've captured Uncle Tam Fiofori. I've captured him. I'm just waiting for a little moment, and then I'll be bringing them to Port Harcourt from time to time to teach my students and go back to their work. Teach and go back. Teach and go back. So don't worry. I'm capturing talents, fishing talents. On my immediate left, this is my student of many years. You see, when your student has grown up, you are proud of him. I started teaching him from the certificate program, certificate to bachelor, bachelor's to master's, master's to PhD. Dr. Friday Nwafo. He did his PhD on Femi Odugbemi and Ola Balogun. If you know how difficult it is to deal with Ola Balogun, to track him down and deal with him. So he worked on both of them. This is from the University of Port Harcourt side. I don't need to introduce Uncle Tam Fiofori, but my friend at the extreme right will introduce himself to us.
Thank you, Adesanya. Presently, Film and Television Production, Shagamu Business and Art Institute. Thank you.
All right, I will start with Father Owa to speak to the issue of digital documentation and citizens journalism.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, everybody. Sure. When we talk about digital documentation, we think about the generation that we have today, who we are, what are the technologies we have. You discover that this is a networked generation. It is a generation that is moved ahead of where it was left many years ago, and there are so many platforms, devices that we use to connect with one another. And so when you look at the internet, you have the social networks, and these are able to say who you are. When you are able to use this, then you are talking about, you are able to use the digital platform to communicate. Now, when you talk about documentation, you think about you being empowered, one person crew, using your mobile phone, using your laptop, using whatever you have to tell story about yourself, about your community, about your society. Practicing all the things that mainstream journalists do, but now you have the aid of technologies. This makes you being a witness. And this is the key thing about citizen journalism or digital documentation. To be a witness, therefore, means that you are reporting your own story, and the credibility base is based on the fact that you are the one who has seen this happen. It is not like when you sit and you read and you use the vocabularies of alleged. No, you are the main key player and you are seeing others. And what this means, therefore, is that you are not only a producer of the program or a producer of the news, but you are also a consumer. And this makes you, therefore, become a prosumer. When you use producer and consumer, you become a prosumer, meaning that we talk about security outfits using this. It talks about networking, it talks about collaboration between the citizens and security agencies. With what is happening today with insurgency, happening today with insecurity, even in our neighborhoods, one cannot but understand the heavy need of digital documentation. It has tried, and we are now mounting it at different places. But some of this has to be played back for one to capture what has happened. But with your mobile phone, with your camera, you can always report on whatever that's happening around you, around your street. And this is the case in point that when we look at it, then we are able to govern ourselves. We are able to document every issue that concerns us, and we're able to report on real time how we can be.
Thank you very much, Father Uwa. You've heard it. There are various platforms through which you can engage in social documentation. You're not only a producer, but a consumer. So you're a prosumer, you're part of it. We want to hear from our friend the experiences of his process of interacting with students, and also making them learn the trade from his own perspective at his school. How are the kids responding to the need to document what is happening within their environment?
Okay, thank you. Well, if you look at the situation in Nigeria presently, I don't think we have imbibed that culture compared to what you have in other more advanced societies. Yes, a few students have responded positively, but generally, I think we're still lacking behind. And I don't think it's not because they're not exposed to the technology. We all know, we all have access to these mobile phones which you can use, but I think we have cultural issues, and we also have our own local peculiarities that have to be taken into consideration. For example, you talk about citizen journalism and the security imperatives. Well, the average Nigerian does not trust the security agents, and I would not blame them. So even if you have information you have recorded on your phone, one, are you going to trust that security agent? Two, do you even feel safe sharing such information? I think these are some of the peculiarities of society, which from my interaction with my students has kind of making them, they don't feel comfortable, they don't feel safe, and I would not blame anybody. I'm sure some of you, you've probably experienced such, even before now. If you have information, you share it with a security agent, I can assure you that he is going to use it against you. He will say, it's Mr. Dejadison that told us, so I'll be alive. So these are the issues. But like Prof said earlier, even our own security agents, they need to be reorientated, they need training. I don't think it's there. So maybe the challenge is really, like throwing it back to them, that they have to be 21st century compliant. I haven't really seen that in them. There's so much, it's so archaic, I'm sorry to use that word, they have refused to move with, with the trends. And until we overcome those challenges. For example, I'm sure most of us, if we can recollect what happened.
Although there was a typo, and it came out as the media is the massage. 1965, he was telling us that we are going to be in a global village. And then we go back, then we also reference George Orwell, Big Brother. Now, I think we have to find a common ground, because there might be this aspect of invasion of privacy. You know, when we sort of document without a public domain, you don't have to worry about that. And I'd like to make two observations. If you remember, there was somebody who shot a footage of a young lady being by the police, or no, the lady being, no, Navy. Yes. And for me, Lagos, for me, that takes me back to what happened in Los Angeles, where the black guy lies. So in other words, like he said, we are now a global village of citizen journalism. Now, also, the issue of trust is quite important. And then, citizen journalist, you have to be able to decipher, you have to be able to sift through what is news, what is important, and what is just pleasing your generation. I think there's too much emphasis, there's too much emphasis on what I call trivialities. Most of the time, they are, using their cell phones to just trip out on themselves. So we have to educate them and know that that moment is important. We also have to educate to train their eyes. You'd be amazed. People walk on the street. They don't they are not really aware. And I think for you to be able to be a good citizen journalist, you have to be aware of what's going on around you every second. And like they say in photography, once you see the photograph, you've lost it. You shouldn't photograph it. It's very important. So if we are talking about, say, you should be able to sense that something is about to happen. That's what you tell them. You should be able to, something's about to happen. And you prepare yourself for it. And then there are areas like how yourself. Because once you're seen out there, many years ago, I used to work with about 4 cameras. That was when we didn't have much of zoom lenses. Cameras with 4 different lenses. Yeah, normal lens, photo, and wide angle. But today, you can't try it. You step out there with a camera, they will preempt what is going to happen. And then also, you must learn to be courteous. You can photograph a guy doing something wrong and walk up to him and disarm him by, So those are the things that we emphasize to them, to be alert all the time, to have the right equipment, which is quite important, and then also, to know what's going on around them.
It's an issue which he talked here, that in the 70s when he started out as a documentarist, most of his money was spent buying lenses and the rest of it. Those are the tools of trade. You cannot become a tradesman, you cannot become a professional without having the tools of trade. So you cannot say, I want to become a documentarist with only my cell phone. No, you don't want to become a documentarist. You just want to become a fad, the equipment you have in hand. But if you are going to be a professional, then you should have calm them. And that was why I was really, students, this is a practical experience of people traveling by road, coming down, as busy as that road is. They blocked them from behind, blocked them from back, on the front, and they robbed 3 cars in a row. Police was there. If there was policing, uploaded what is, and a police around that area will have been told something is happening in that neighborhood, respond immediately. Whether there is no petrol, we know whether there was petrol in the car or there was no petrol, but at least the material will have been online. It will be online. But he has warned we should be selective. There's a lot of junk out there. Of it, we should be, because we are artists. Everybody here is an artist, whether you're an architect, whether you're a photographer, a documentary, whatever you are, you are committed. That's why you are here. And so that's just to emphasize it.
Attention to the people taking reporter from the professional to the audience. And as such, they are not expected to be professionals. About what you could consider guerrilla journalism, street journalism. You don't need anything to. And as when we looked at all that surrounds citizen or journalism, we decided to talk about the security imperatives. And what are we talking about? We are talking about of reportage. Because while we wait for the professional, the entire art would have been over. When you wait for the professional to assemble all that is, we will lose the story. Therefore, in fact, when we were coming this morning, I saw a man dragging another man. Three of us were in a cab. We saw them somewhere there. Only, and everybody, they were all watching, nobody talking. Not quite away from the point, we saw police, call the police won't come. Call the police, they begin to ask you, hold him. How many bullets do they have in the gun? And so what we are saying is that, yes, we are going to have just as what you wanted in the bag, and you got it. And so I think this session is simply for us to be able to think how you and us to be mindful. I say your problem is simply that you're not sensible. You don't know what is happening around you. For some of you, we don't care to know what I think we're here to do. We can encourage ourselves, get fixed. People are still carrying 3310 as phone. This extraordinary capture in 2-3 minutes. Our people are ready to photographs, it in the smartphone that can help things in a minute and post them real-time reportage. I think if we're able to bring together as we are doing right now, we may be able to move citizen journalism a bit forward than we are using it now, because our people are not very conscious of it. Uncle Tam said, I want to remind you of something you know that you may, more than we are using it now. Thank you.
Alan, to tell the imam and the pastor, being a foreign, quite a challenge, whether the your audience, intended audience, and the rest of it, and we want to hear from you whether you've been able to do a follow-up since then, because the film has been and it has spoken to our society in terms of trying to reconcile.
Thank you. Well, I think this is a very important conversation going on this morning. It affects the future of all of us. To relate what I've learned from pastor themselves as people and the experience of making the film in Nigeria and traveling with them around the world to this discernment. Their shelf life is over. I'm more interested in my technology, but I can say from my experience of being partly seeing the wisdom that is held by the elders that there is a real danger here, that our youth are just going to lose it. They're going to lose it. And maybe you experience when you come to Europe and America more and you see the youth, can they interact now? Or are they more on their acting? Yeah. Can they interact with other people? Do they have social skills, or are they losing them? So just to come back to the imam and the pastor, I think our people who can speak to the world. So, but again, I want to reserve maybe the details to my demo. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
For your panel, I perform a gorilla something on him, in bringing him, because actually he has a panel which we must all partake in about the platforms available, media. What do you think?
like Prof. Shaka mentioned, we see this with iReport, with CNN. In Port Harcourt, we have Eyewitness in Kuwazobia Info. That is institutionalized based citizen journalism. A lot of them seem to stream from the fact that people were attending. If we don't have the practice of digital platforms to practice our journalism, that will become obsolete. So they have to create avenues whereby their customers, those who patronize them, will be able to participate. Then we have the guerrilla journalism that Dr. Nwafo mentioned, which is like any one of us, simple, ordinary citizens, seeing something, recording it, and throwing it onto the net, onto the social platform, because you feel people have to see this. So we have to know that the practice can occur under two contexts, either institutional based or at the personal level. Thank you.
Dr. Uwa. Comments from the floor. If there are no comments, then I want to call on German to come and round up this session so that we can move on. I think I know now that citizen journalism is about demystifying the process, the professionals, taking the trade from their hands and putting it in the hands of the amateur on the street, who at least, like Uncle Tam Filfori said, you must have a trained eye. Instead of talking about it, just record it, document it, and upload it on the particular website where the information will be available to everybody. There was something that happened about a month ago in Port Harcourt. A policeman was pursuing a driver, and then the driver was attempting to reverse, and he reversed the car and hit a motorbike man and killed him instantly. And the petrol poured and then caught fire, and the man was burnt there. But the thing is that the silly aspect of it, which is the part that Dr. Alan was mentioning, is that people just fancy taking the picture of what is happening without caring about the subject who is suffering. Nobody called the ambulance or anything. They were much more interested in just recording what was happening. And my friend recorded it, brought it to the staff club, and he was showing all of us that this thing just happened now. And they think it was being shared among the social media community, but nobody did anything about it, but it caused a lot of traffic havoc. If you know where Uniport is, as you enter the city of Port Harcourt, that place is a conundrum of all kinds of chaos, and that was where this thing happened. So besides just documenting things, there must be platforms are socially oriented, where the policing and security agencies come in, where such things can be uploaded, the hospitals, the response agencies, the ambulance, so that people can make the platform more responsive. If not, outside of that, it will be difficult for us to make social media useful beyond just, capturing things and sharing it among ourselves and then letting it die until a new calamity happens for us to capture it again, and then we get done with it. We need to make it much more useful as a platform for responding to emergencies. That's the whole idea. Responding, and that is the conversation we are saying undertake. Within this room where we are beginning to tell people there's the need for consciousness, and then in the larger society where the security are not moving with the times, there is need for that. Comments now from the floor. Comments, contribution from the floor. Okay.
Good morning. My name is Shay. I'm a writer, and about the thing that happened where the man was burnt and everybody just documented it and took it away. It's not just happening in Nigeria. It's happening all over the world. And the thing is that it's our humanity that is being affected. And we have to correct that first before we can correct every other thing, because it's gotten to the stage whereby we're so narcissistic that we're taking selfies and what I ate, I'm bored, and that's all that we're documenting right now. Like Dr. Allen said, he said we are creating on social citizens with social media. So that is what we should correct, and I don't know how we're going to correct that. Because Professor Tam also said that we are not conscious, we are not trained, our eyes are not trained. Our eyes are actually trained, but maybe we're actually seeing the wrong things, and we're saying it in the wrong context. So it's how that can be corrected and addressed. I think that is the challenge that we have, because we're actually documenting, but maybe we're documenting the wrong things, or we're documenting them in the wrong way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a very good contribution. We need to train our eyes, and we need to untrain consciousness so that we don't start producing on social youths within the media of social media. We need to train our eyes. We need to be much more socially responsible in not being narcissistic, as she said. You know, selfies are just a way of showing off, you know, who we are, what we are doing now, what appeals to us, what bores us, and the rest of it. You know, it's true that there is need for us to tell our own story. But if you engage too much in that self-glorification, it becomes a problem. I think we need to reach out to the rest of society. I think we need to document what will be of benefit to the rest of society. But beside that, I think the security agencies, we shouldn't forget, they need to be brought into the picture. Not only the security, the ambulance system within our communities, they need to be brought in. The fire services need to be brought into the picture. That there is need for them to open up platforms through which citizens can reach them and make their own profession much more, responsive to the needs of their society. If not, they are just doing it for themselves. If fire disaster is starting and somebody is able to upload it, and the person in charge of the website is watching it, you'll be able to reach the fire service immediately and say, something is happening now, something is happening now. We need to make social media much more useful to us than it is now.
I like to emphasize the issue of attitude. Why do I say that? I wonder how many of us remember that there was big fanfare that they had installed a lot of CCTV in Lagos. Have we found out whether those, are they still working? Did they ever work? And then the attitude, in the sense that I think when they gave the policemen either torchlights or things like that, they said, oh, God, they didn't give us money to buy battery. No, that kind of, we have to really, like she said, our humanity. Here we have to really, examine the issue of attitude. Because if you have the wrong attitude, when you go out there, you don't quite do the right thing.
Wrong attitude, yes.
Okay, good morning. My name is Taiwo. So we've all heard that we need to change our attitudes. We've all heard that we need to have a new mindset. But the question now is beyond this place, how do we begin to take these steps? Because we know that people want to go to the field and start taking, documenting the right things. But how do we reach out to these agencies? Because I don't want us to just come and talk, and at the end of the day, we're coming back next year to talk the same thing. So how would you advise? How do we reach out to these security agencies? How do we begin to make, a difference?
Thank you very much. I want to encourage you. Society is not changed in one moment. It starts like this as a mere gesture. It becomes a movement, and people begin to ask questions. But I tell you right now, there are several platforms through which you can upload information. If something is happening within your neighborhood, the police may not respond, but you can upload it on Channels TV. You can upload it in other media channels, through which they will rush there and document what you have reported, improve upon it as professionals, and that will force the security agents to now carry out detailed investigation. And beside that, there are various things which we are doing that we don't want to talk about here, various sensitive things which we are doing. We are bringing some specialists, Nigerian specialists that are in the security business in the US. And the next step of work we want to do is to be able to bring them in and gather the top brass of the police, the AIGs and the CPs together, and really teach them on what they need to do, because they are the ones that also draw the policies, training policies and charts for training police. And that's where the problem is. We have a lot of work to do, but we shouldn't despair. If we despair that we want to change society immediately, it won't happen. Let me assure you. But we have to make the conscious effort to say we want things to work differently. If citizens shut up, society will remain the way it is. We have to keep shouting. We have to keep telling them that there's need for them to change. And we have to use the platform that are available to us currently. Channel TV is there. There are others through which you can upload information.
Yes, we're also looking at the situation where iREP, in a gathering like this, we're able to reach out to some of these people, bring them in, specialists. As we discuss this morning, we're talking about security. If it's possible, yesterday we saw, I don't know whether COE of an organization who came out here to give a talk. And by the time we bring the security operatives here, we bring these media, whatever, outfits, you get the MTN, get all of them seated here. And by the time we are talking and they are listening, I think they will also go home. They will also begin to think alongside what we are saying to them. And I think we can move from one step to the other. Thank you.
Thank you. At least we know we have work to do now. We have job in hand. And when we go back, even though we've been dodging it and doing it to glorify ourselves, we need to be much more sensitive now to the needs of our community, to the needs of our immediate environment. Our environment is deteriorating very, very fast. You know, open sewages when you're moving around. A lot of things we need to, I know that it's already been done in the newspapers. There are some columns where they tell us what is happening, bad streets, lack of government attention to certain streets, and people are suffering and the rest of it. We need to shout about these things on the social media platform that are available to us. Let us force those who are in position of power to respond to our needs. Next year, by the grace of God, we will encourage Dubemi and his gang to make sure that some of these people we are talking about are brought in here. Let them defend what they are doing. So let it be captured on camera and let it be available to everybody. Let us force them to think on how they can better help us and help themselves. Because right now they are not they are responding more to their shortcomings. You give them, like Uncle Tam Fufori said, you give them a torchlight. They say, who is going to give me money to buy a battery? You give the one that can be charged. You say, oh, who's going to give me the charger to charge it? You know, but these are all petty mistakes, you know, that we should not tolerate from them. And the more we bring them here and put them on the spotlight, the more they will begin to think that really they are not doing enough. And they ought to do enough. How can something be happening? And you know what was, you know, that was an unfolding calamity. And it was later we found out that the man that they were pulling was a driver of a bus. And he had abandoned the bus right in the middle of the road. We didn't know what actually happened, but because we were rushing, we were going home yesterday. We're coming. Okay. So we didn't have enough time to really capture that. But I know that if that thing was not arrested, if there is an area boy around, we say, hey, ole, ni o. Before you know it, he's gone. And this is how things get out of hand. And the man that was dragging him wouldn't tell anybody what was happening. Did he hit his car? He wasn't telling anybody. And these are the things, if we are not in a hurry, we should record them. We should follow what is happening, record them, and also somebody should be able to approach them and say, what is happening? And it should be captured in cameras. You are interrogating, it should be captured, so that we know what is happening before things get out of hand. All right? If there are no, my first impulse would have been to stop and ask the man, what is the problem? But as that is happening, somebody should cover me. In case the man leave that man and give me a slap, somebody should cover me. And he should know that we are being recorded immediately. That will bring to his consciousness that if anything should go wrong, they will hold him responsible. So that's the issue.
So I guess you better be working around with a team of people.
All right, Neil, we want to hear from you. Okay, German, you want to come and round up? Oh, somebody want to say something? This way, there's a hand up here.
Of recent, I ventured into documentary photography, and I went to around the Bariga. So in the meeting, I saw some things that I wasn't comfortable with, which was the scarcity of water, what these people were actually going through. So I told my friend I would be coming here to do a documentary photography on this, and I came back. When I got there, I'll be seriously there to wait, which I did. And these people were following me. I was taking pictures, doing all sorts of things. Then another set of people came out.
Set of boys?
Set of boys. And these guys, and in fact, the moment they got closer to where I was staying, they slapped me, took my camera, and they threatened they were going to throw it inside, that sea or whatever around there. And I was like, what I'm doing is not for my own benefit. Yes. We needed to get this thing out so that people can see what people are going through. Then what the guy said was, did we complain to you that we're not comfortable, with our situation? Who asked you to come here in the first place, and all of that. So I also feel something is abysmally wrong with the mind of people, about this thing. And how then do we begin to correct, this rather sad?
It's a sad comment on our society. But I think what we need to do from this experience is telling us is that sometimes you don't need to be too open to what you are doing. You need to capture it surreptitiously. You need to capture it quietly. Because sometimes the people you are trying to help are their worst enemy. They are their worst enemy because to them, that environment is what they feed on. It's what criminals feed on. You understand? So if there is one single well supplying water, there is a baba in charge of the place with all kinds of boys controlling who fetches water from that well and who does not fetch. And it becomes a line through which he makes money. So if you come out boldly that you want to capture that, and make government to be aware of what these people are suffering from, then he wants you to settle him first. And you are going to have to settle all kinds of area boys within that neighborhood. And in the end, you'll be frustrated. And I'm sure you will actually too frustrated to continue with that job. There are a lot of ways we can capture these things. As startups, we may not have money to buy miniature camera that can cover this thing 360 degrees and everything and record it quietly, record the visuals quietly, then later come and do the narration. But there are a lot of ways you can do that without putting your life in danger. You have been told when I was speaking, and my friend Nii Koka said, will you not just be going around with people following you? No. But when you see something, you capture it. If people are getting restless because they are capturing it, please go your own way. You've captured enough to tell the society what happened. And I tell you, minus people who recorded what was happening at Alu, we wouldn't have known those who were actually, who took part in the killing of those boys, because they were captured in camera. They couldn't deny it. They were seen giving the blows and everything. Even as the boys were pleading, they were hitting them. And those things were captured in camera. So that was where the police started their work from. All right.
I just want to,
yes.
Just a comment about, I guess to round up everything that you've all discussed on the panel, there's two documentaries that came out this year which we couldn't kind of close the deal on.
Okay.
Because they were going to bigger festivals and they want to kind of premiere those festivals.
Okay.
One is called The Sound Man. And it's about a man who all he does is he works on sound. He lives in Kenya, in the Kibera area. Now you're in Kenya.
The greatest slum in Africa.
He continues to live in the Kibera, but he's a sound man and he's worked all over Africa, especially in Somalia. And then his wife talks about how it's changed his entire personality. He suffers from post-traumatic stress syndrome. Because as a sound person, you're trying to capture all the horrendous sounds while your cameraman captures all the footage.
Yes, yes.
TV, radio station and TV station. The second documentary called Shooting Apartheid, Shoot Back. 3 cinematographers who went around the period during apartheid and were shooting all the incidents. They have their press. They can't interfere in anything.
Yes.
All they have to do is just with the camera go where there's action and
shoot.
Have bad ends. One had a drug overdose from everything he kept shooting. One won a Pulitzer Prize.
Oh.
He ended up in New York and he had mental problems.
Oh.
And the last one is on drugs. And so essentially they all talk about how staying behind the camera and shooting all these tragic, traumatic events have completely destroyed their lives.
Yeah.
And so I guess rounding up what you've all spoken about and what Alan has kind of commented on about the unsocial part of it, there is a price to be paid.
For it.
Ultimately, yes.
For all artists. For all
And
artists.
I think with the social media and the camera and all that, while you do that, what does it do to your personality in terms of how social you get through the process?
Thank you very much. And that's the I think is a fitting summary of what we need to say about this panel, which handled the issue of social documentary and social responsibility in documenting our environment. There are hazards out there, but we must not. That is where the artists come in. The commitment of an artist moves you beyond the fear of the unknown or the fear of what is most likely to happen to you. The skill and the drive to make sure that you document what is happening is something that moves you beyond the fear of what may happen. Because even though the Sandman may be having some problem, but at least his work is going to outlive him. And that's why the philosophers say that life is short, but art is long. Life is short, but art is long. What Tam Fofori has documented for us in the work of 50, 60 years from now, when both Tam and all of us may have gone, and the next generation will be watching it, and it will be a source of inspiration for other documentary similar works. That's why we need to document it, so that it will be a library, a memory of what we've done, that we did not just pass this society and left it the way we met it. We left our own footprint in the sands of time. I want to thank our friends. I want to thank our friends who have made it possible for us to participate in the dream of promoting documentary in Africa. I thank Femi Odugbemi, I thank German, Mark Inshoyinka, and the other lady who is working with the team for this opportunity. I hope we want to encourage more schools so that we begin to take the business of documentary filmmaking, which is very, very intellectually tasking, so that we can take it seriously and contribute to our social development. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Please, a big round of applause. Thank you. Well, just before you leave, just to say that please join us tomorrow for Alan Chana's, because that's like a continuation of this discussion. Because the great work he has done in JOS. We should be screening tomorrow just before his keynote. He's going to be speaking at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow on documentary film and conflict resolution. And of course, you can always meet him outside to talk to him. Yeah. Just like Alan Chana, this afternoon we'll be discussing what cinema for Africa. And we're lucky to have with us Jean Mariteno.
Oh, wonderful.
If you just Google his name, you know the size of Jean Mariteno. He's a major filmmaker. What cinema for? This discussion now can feed into that.
Yes.
What kind of cinema do we want to come out of Africa? What kind of cinema should Africa be producing? Because we cannot continue to pretend that we can sit in our comfy room and do the romance films. we need some serious discussion to go. That's what someone said when we were watching the romance film last night.
Yes.
He said, this film is not necessarily for us because we have serious issues too. When you get out of watching romance here, then you confront the Lagos traffic.
Yes, of course. We know.
So thank you very much, DG. Thank you.
Yes.
Tamfio Fore, Alan Chana.
Yes.
Dr. Friday Nwafo and Innocent Ua, and then Professor Femi Shaka, who actually created this particular session. While they are, we have a film that we're happy to screen. It's the documentary film that just won the AMVICA, Africa Magic Viewers Award. Just because this film is for you, it's something for you to take to lunch. Immediately after that, we go for lunch. After the Q&A with her. Yvonne, please come. Yvonne has been doing a lot of great work, moving around Africa and shooting really Africa tourism-wise. And that's the film that we'll be showing now. Also at 2 o'clock, we'll be showing Do the Mask Die Here by Anya Gobel, who is also in our midst here. Anya, you're welcome. Our film will be screening at 2 o'clock about the story of the museum. So Yvonne for us, and then the film will go on.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for making time out of your busy schedules to sit down and watch something I created. It is a privilege because in this busy world of ours, it's hard to find time to do something like that, but you all have done just that. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy it. It's a documentary that takes us back to an era in Egypt when gigantic stone boulders were hoisted up to unbelievable heights through the combined strength of Egyptian slaves to build an enormous empire for the pharaohs. You know, I won't say any more than that, so please enjoy. Thank you. there, nice to have you with us once again. This picturesque town is filled with the most ancient temples, some of which date as far back as 3,200 years ago. Almost directly opposite us, we have the River Nile, whose source can be traced as far away as Lake Victoria in Uganda. I'm Yvonne Bassett. Don't go away. Egypt, as the old saying goes, was the gift of the Nile. But the Egyptians believed that there was one thing even mightier than the Nile, the sun. The god they called Ra, the god who created everything. Each morning with its rising, the sun called the people to worship. Each night in setting, he would die. But the next morning he would rise again, never failing. He was eternal. It was believed that when a king died, he became one with Ra. And so the Egyptians accorded their rulers absolute power. And this power in return was used to build for the people an extraordinary empire. An empire of buildings so enormous, an art so exquisite. We are still trying to understand how such wonders were created. How stones from the desert were turned into timeless monuments. Some of the oldest buildings on earth are here, preserved by the desert air. Some of them are so old they had already stood 1,000 years when Tutankhamun was born. The enormous obelisks of Karnak were carved from single blocks of granite, which were moved hundreds of miles by boat along the Nile. Giant figures of Ramses the Great are still some of the largest figures ever sculpted from solid stone. We don't know how they did it, but we do know why. To honor the pharaohs, both in life and after death. For centuries, the land of Egypt has remained constantly within the shadows of the ancient pyramids. These timeless triangles that rise out of the mist like specters from the past are very real reminders of an era in which the power of conviction and belief in the afterlife ruled the lives of the Egyptians. Initially, these pyramids were created to house the dead bodies of royal families. At the death of a pharaoh or a queen, the custom demanded that all their worldly riches be buried along with them for use in the afterlife. This practice eventually transformed the pyramids into priceless treasure stores, and as such became obvious targets for thieves who felt no compunction about robbing the dead. With the constant looting of these priceless homes came the need for the royal bodies to be buried elsewhere. And so, beneath the surface of the earth, the valleys became the next secret burial places.
The area here belongs to the Old Kingdom, exactly by the second king of the 4th dynasty, King Cheops, the owner of this building in front of you.
Is it a building?
Yeah, it's a building. But what building is it? This is the tomb, the biggest tomb all over the world, a royal tomb for King Cheops, the second king of the 4th dynasty.
Today, these colossal monuments still hold countless hoards of riches within their depths, which are yet to be discovered, as no one can tell their exact locations within the maze of passageways that make up the tomb, making it virtually impossible to tell exactly where the next tomb will be found.
No camera.
It's amazing how monuments such as those, which have been there and excavated and researched and studied for hundreds of years, can still reveal new secrets. And I'm sure you followed the recent discovery of a new plaster wall, and now they're trying to get to create or build a small robot to try to penetrate and see what's beyond that. Yes, all our monuments are still keeping many, many secrets. Yes.
According to legend, the Great Pyramid required 100,000 men for 30 years before it was completed. And the work was done not by slaves, but free men of Egypt, who believed that they were privileged to labor in honor of their pharaoh, and that they would be justly rewarded for it in the afterlife. They probably saw the pyramid shape as a mystical link between the earth and the sky, providing the pharaoh's soul with a stairway to heaven. Perhaps that is why all of the Giza's pyramids are built in perfect alignment with certain stars. That feat obviously took the knowledge of astronomy. They used their minds to perfect the knowledge of science, mathematics, and engineering. As we approach the blocks that make up the vast tomb, each one becomes distended into terrifying proportions.
There are over 113 pyramids in Egypt, but this is the largest of them all. It's called the Horfus Pyramid, and we're right at the entrance to it.
Inside the tomb is complete darkness, and with the use of a torch we decipher Egyptian images that were buried along with the dead to help them reach the afterlife. For they believed that these pictures supplied the answers to the questions that they would be asked along the way. DNA analysis by scientists is helping to identify the family ties of the royal mummies and to give us clues as to how they lived and died. At the highest point of the desert towers the Great Sphinx of Giza, with the head of a man and the body of a lion. Made entirely of solid limestone rock, the Great Sphinx was built more than 4,700 years ago. With the passage of time, it has become partly buried by the shifting sands of the desert, and was at one time battered by vandals. But it still remains an undisputed symbol of the majesty and might of ancient Egypt.
And from the busiest parts of downtown Cairo, I'm Yvonne Bassi, and it's been a real pleasure having you here with us. See you next week.
What you get is that this kind of work are works which people will write about, we speak about, many part and parcel of an intellectual movement of what is happening within our society. Please give her a round of applause and please ask her questions. Who sponsored her? Who sponsored her? Because she went with a cameraman, and what costs, challenges did she have in doing through an African eye?
Yvonne,
Yes, sir.
I have to congratulate you a lot. I don't know whether you saw my film.
No, I'm afraid
You did it?
I didn't, no,
Yeah,
sir.
actually the soundtrack for my film is by a guy called Sonra.
Okay.
He's dead now. He's an African American. In the 50s in Chicago, changed his name to Sonra. And the very interesting thing about Sonra was that I worked with him, and in 1971, we were in Egypt. For him, it was a dream come true to visit and perform in Egypt. And we were able to film him by the Sphinx and the pyramids. I'm glad you made that connection about the sun and the Nile. And what we noticed was that the noses, the Sphinx and a lot of sculpture around there had been defaced. And like Sonra said, they didn't want people to know that that they were actually black people. And there was a disconnect between the people we met in the museums, the current Egyptians, and the old Egyptians, so to say, of the pyramids. Congrats.
Thank you very
Wonderful
much.
film.
Thank you so very much. I really appreciate this. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, congratulations. It's a wonderful one. Like Professor Shaka mentioned here, looking at that film, one will understand that you did a lot of research and the fund probably mightn't have come from you. So how did you go about this? Thank you.
Thank you. At last I get a chance to talk about that very niggly aspect. Yes, it's just passions. I didn't have any particular funding. It was just my little things from Channels Television where I was working before. And I knew that this time would come, a day would come when I would be doing my own productions, and I've always put aside something for that. Not much, but it got me to Egypt. I got barter tickets through a certain airline that is our host airline, takes us wherever we want to go, and in return we air there. Smart enough, you can make some arrangements with the hotels there. Everyone wants good publicity. So if you up for about a week, and then I can do a good story on their hotel, everybody's happy. I just had to take care of the shooting license, which was expensive, and we actually, don't tell, actually had to steal some pictures, because if they knew big camera, we had to pay an arm and a leg. And I just didn't have that money. So we sneaked in the camera, which they thought was a still camera. But please don't tell. Yeah, I did everything. And I find it's easier when you're actually in the and you're still immersed in all the yes, everything is in you there, and then you can just write it, Yes, it's okay, thank you. So I remained in Egypt for a couple of days after the coverage so that I could get further still by the environment while I was writing. I find that usually helps. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yvonne, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I think this is your time to shine. I've always followed you as a kid on Channels TV. And you are so passionate. And I want to thank God for it. I saw you on that night at the Comeridian.
Yeah.
You were sitting at the far end. It took you like 45 seconds to get your award. God will bless you.
Amen.
Your
Thank
testimony.
you so much. Thank you. I'm so touched. Thank you. Thank you.
The work you've just done is very impactful.
Let's talk.
In the sense that I don't think a lot of people.
No, please
I
go.
don't think a lot of people, and I was one of those included in this, really understood and acknowledged that the ancient Kemet, Egypt, are the origins of African civilization. There is a lot of controversy around the world. I mean, it's raging controversy, which in the 80s and 90s made a lot of academics actually get out of academia. And you read the works of John Jackson, African Civilization, Stolen Legacy, where you actually look at, and Sheikh Anta Diop, who's actually Senegalese, has done a lot of work where he traces Kemetic civilization and the pharaohs, and then traces it down into the Oyo Empire, and he's a Senegalese guy, and actually looks at the language which the ancient Egyptians used, which is known as Medu-Neter. People call it hieroglyphics, but it's actually Medu-Neter. And people actually speak that today and write it quite a bit. And he traced that origin into West Africa and then down all the way into South Africa. Now, there have been several books that have been published, and a very popular one is by an academic named Mary Leftowitz, where she actually titles the book Not Out of Africa, because the argument was that the pyramids in ancient Egypt and the Sudan were built by Europeans who came there to build it. No, this is published. And then they left. Then the second argument came later in the 50s, that it was UFOs that came and built it and left. Then the third argument came, and actually at the University of London, Egypt is not in African studies. Egypt is in Oriental studies.
Which is wrong.
Yeah, it's in Oriental studies because the argument continues raging to this day that Egypt and the civilization of Egypt cannot belong to Africa.
Let me cut you in right
there.
there.
I agree. No, you're preaching to the choir. I've always argued with my students and with, I'm on that side that says that's a lot of crap. But the thing is, because the point of the matter is, if Egypt becomes the civilization that gave birth to Greece and Rome, what happened to the Africans?
Exactly. Exactly.
That's the major argument.
Precisely.
And so you tell people, say, okay, well, if you say Egypt is not in Africa, do you know there are more pyramids in the Sudan than there in Egypt? How did that get there? That's lower south. So what you've done essentially with this piece of work is it's a legacy for time, and it contributes to the body of knowledge, where it's got to go into the public schools here in this country and in parts of Africa, where kids aren't even concerned about their own heritage. And kids would actually corroborate and deny their own heritage and go, well, Egypt is not us. Egypt is Arabic. But now we've come to know that those were invaders who came in there, and the Hysox invaded. And scholars have done a lot of work about this. So what you've done is you've started to open not just the window for this, somewhat, for that discourse. And what I tell people is that destructive means can never bring about constructive ends. Because the means themselves are inherent in the ends. And so this discussion, which are very destructive, to say Egypt doesn't belong to the African civilization, is not going to end in a constructive way.
Let me tell you why they find it so easy to say that. Because we've always been associated with lack, with poverty, with starvation, corruption. Everything was negative things. Hardly ever, with all due respect to the European that we are privileged to have in our midst, hardly ever will you have a production by BBC, for instance, that glorifies any aspect of Africa. To think that these structures were created by slaves, Egyptian slaves. There were no machinery, no technology. How did they do it? This shows, this kind of casts a superiority over the African race. There is something special and unique about us. Over 4,000 years ago, we could do that, and nobody is talking about it. It's ridiculous. Can you imagine that? Yes. Wow. Thank you so much for your contribution, sir. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Florence. Yvonne, I just want to commend you, because over the years, I see you, on television outside the country. And I remember those days, that I met you in Uniport, because I know you stood in Uniport. And I kept following you on the screen. And today, apart from the time we met as schoolmates in Uniport, I'm meeting you once again. Just keep doing what you are doing.
Thank you
are
so
doing
much.
right.
Thank you so
Thank
very
you.
much. Very nice to meet with you again. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, round of applause for Yvonne again. Also in the festivals are two other of our works, which are not scheduled, but we'll find time to screen them maybe when people are here during lunch break. So this is the work where we're proud to share. We're going on break now, but at 1 p.m. there's a major film from Kenya. If you check on page 28 of your, actually the center spread, you see the program for today. But I encourage us to see those two films. We're lucky to have the producer director of the Mask guy here, Anya Gobel. She's attending a workshop upstairs now. That film too we consider very important because of what is happening to the Nigerian museums, which are like dead rooms now. In fact, they are just like stores where government officials go to steal artifacts, they sell abroad, then they go to the newspaper and clamor for the return of the same artifact that you stole and sent abroad. That's what is going on. But this is more about the space occupied by the museum, how the museum can be relevant to the community that is hosting it. And then we have Live in the Wind. Live in the Wind is I mentioned that we're very lucky to have Jean-Marie Tenor in our midst. This is a filmmaker that we wanted to bring to iREP all this time, but we're so lucky through the partnership of Goethe Institute that he's able to come. And so we're going to show that film, Live in the Wind. We're in the political season. And if you watch that film, you know what happened to the families of top political leaders, how the society deals with them, and then what eventually become of them, because it can lead to serious depression. As a matter of fact, I think the protagonist in that film had to take her life. It's a very important story, especially for us in Nigeria because of our election. And then you will now be speaking on World Cinema for Africa. Yes, at 3:50, and at 4 p.m., digital broadcasting and future of African democracies. You know why Nigeria has not been able to port into digital broadcasting. They are afraid. The leaders are afraid because already they are having problem with citizen journalism. The fact that you can write your own news and post it online without checking with anybody, there's no NBC to arrest you. There's no NPA. They are so scared. So they've postponed this thing by 5 years, Prof, if I'm right. No, I mean, it's over 5 years now that we ought to have gone into digital, but they kept on shifting it until the DSTVs of this world, the multi-choice, brought digital broadcasting into your homes. And now the public stations are being compelled to go into that this year, whether they like it or not. Enjoy your break. Thank you very much. So we reconvene at 12:30 at 1 p.m. Thank you. So we're waiting for people to come from lunch, but I think we should just start. Yes. Thank you.
Kwanza nataka nikaribishe survivors wanne wakuja waongee, waeleze watu kutoka Nairobi vile mambo yametendeka hapa siku hiyo. Saa 11 asubuhi on the morning of Saturday 11th. How comes that a whole community, large numbers of people perished here? The enormity of the Wadala massacre, the worst violation of human rights in the history of Kenya, according to the United Nations.
How could thousands of soldiers who have been trained to ensure they keep law and order in this country, how could they be yearning for our blood like that?
There was a flag. The Kenyan flag was flying for us. People were so trusting. People did not believe that kind of thing could happen. Today, 30 years later, people would rather be shot as they run away than to be headed into a place where they will be massacred.
What transpired here on the 10th of February 1984 has now popularly come to be known as the Wagala Massacre.
In 1984, I was a young boy who had just completed his Form 4 education at Wajir High School.
Wakati mbele ya Wagala, mimi alikuwa iko na mbuzi, ng'ombe mingi, na duka kidogo na kazi ya ngozi, alikuwa na hapa town.
Nilikuwa nikifanya kazi ya jeshi wakati ile ya Wagala Massacre. Wakati hiyo sasa nilikuwa nimepewa koblo, tena mimi driver ya gari.
I am the former chief of Wagala in 1984. I was posted to this school, Wagala Primary School, on the 5th of May, 1977.
That was Kat, Anatomy of a Massacre by Judy Kibingi. She's not here with us because we couldn't bring her, visa and the rest of the problem. But the next film, Do the Mask Die Here? We're lucky to have the director and the script here, Anya Gobel, all the way from Germany. There's a big round of applause for her. Please, before she for the screening, because I'm trying to get who opened this place, Larry. It's not supposed to be open. Please, I will advise you to move forward because this film originally was in French. She's now subtitled for us in English, especially for the festival. So for you to be able to read the subtitle, you better come to the front. And then those who come late should sit at the back, really. Please, can you please help us? And then the room is not for you to be able to see. Please, back. Please, can you forward so that those who come late will sit at the back? Because we invited quite a lot of people who will be. Please, there are seats in the middle if you don't want to come to the front. Please, madam, because you are sitting in front of camera, when they are looking for seat in the middle and then they walk into camera. I'd like to once again introduce you. Well, I hope before you leave, you'll be able to visit.
Much for inviting me to Lagos. I would just give a very short introduction. I wouldn't consider myself as a filmmaker, nevertheless I made a film. I have more of a theoretical background. I work at a museum myself. I work in a film archive and we deal with the issues of conservation. So this is my background and I went to Faso several times and I discovered this museum spot which is very, very large. And so step by step I got got more and more into the subject, and I decided to screen here in Lagos. So it's quite demanding for an English-speaking audience, but because there's many dialogues and it's all subtitled in English, but it's quite demanding of reading. Well, I hope nevertheless follow the film, and I will be here for a Q&A afterwards, so if you have questions or whatever, we can talk afterwards. So thank you very much for being here, and I hope that we'll have something to discuss about.
Please, once again, an appeal. If you were watching, that's why we are.
Le musée national du Burkina est un musée ethnographique. Donc vous trouvez des objets ethnographiques composés de plusieurs catégories. Les catégories qu'on a l'habitude de trouver, les ustensiles de cuisine, les mobiliers domestiques, et les parures et vêtements, monnaie, échange, et les objets cultuels qui entrent dans le cadre de certains rites qui sont sacrés mais que nous essayons de désacraliser. Les premières collections sont issues de l'IFAN. Et après les indépendances, on a remis ces objets-là aux différents pays africains. Donc notre première collection vient de là-bas. Et ensuite, nous avons commencé nous-mêmes à faire des collectes. Depuis les années 80, il y a eu plusieurs campagnes de collecte. Et après, ces campagnes-là se sont arrêtées parce qu'on avait un problème d'espace. Un problème de stockage et de conservation de ces collections. Mais depuis 2006, on a repris, on fait des petites campagnes chaque année parce qu'on a beaucoup d'objets sur le terrain et qui justement sont en danger à cause du trafic qui continue, qui prend de l'ampleur. Et nous, on s'est donné comme mission aussi de collecter chaque année au moins 1000 objets.
na yire men rakabe kai yo men kana yire be tarazinga ti be mise opo donc on kat kongo ai nane pang tuma ka twen mala afum ndera wansia af kale ko na yire on ka ko ma ha ya to kitam ta ko ma lebe wa
yum bisla saya tira abu war man lo ti ma wa abiela mtibna kala kala ton dan ma me to ba na yire to be to na kelen go ba te ya limita absa abna wa nya kan kona ba taru ne ton kanyawa ayo an kanyai la ma me pour me makon ko ya buna wa ba na ba taru na kanyawa Panga
révolution ça va ya panga bala panga yidla
panga yidla
bala mission fara ya roto la fin kelen yak nyet ya kan shaw nda be mission pour fara la wi kan donc na yire wen da be pombe ya tileti mi ko yamba yande la kanya ka jimi o
ton na ban kari ya kin da yiri ya be na nam chafa ya be la be ji da buwan da mu hawa a rufin ji yo ya jaka na yiri yamba ne jonwa ya fa jonwa jiga ya shako duwa hancina yime ya tun kulunwa yime tara jiwe ji ya shako na jaka robe yamni okay jini ne ba na bam na pataki ko mbemba da buda mo wajini be kabela tara jinso la ka jiga ya shaka yamni mit na bi ya ne ki ya shaka na ya ne bi ta ne bala ya ne wa aya ne zakwa na bi ya yam hin tarwa da yake ya wuto ta ya wuto ya wina ko su da bala
Le présent et le futur. L'histoire de l'homme est fille du temps qui passe. Des traces que l'homme laisse dans l'espace est née la culture. L'empreinte d'une identité gravée sur de la matière habillée de paroles.
Pourquoi un si vaste espace? Nous avons voulu être futuristes. Nous nous sommes dit qu'un musée national, c'est quand même l'endroit où on doit pouvoir représenter les témoins matériels de toutes les ethnies du Burkina. Nous avons 63 ethnies et nous avons décidé de faire un type pavillonnaire qui va prendre en compte des éléments au fur et à mesure des témoins de ce patrimoine-là. En plus des expositions, nous avons prévu des espaces communautaires, des espaces d'animation pour les communautés.
Lotissement mon sahame neti noor ka be n lokre la rũnnã tõnd tõe n gõosame tɩ neb nins b sob zĩiga wala museo rãmba b tõe n yẽ taaba bɩ ministɛɛrã bɩ mairie wã tɩ b sõngdo tɩ d paam na yikudrã n lebg n malg n doog n yalsge tɩ naab tɩ kẽbe tɩ boto la tõnd sũ-noogo boto la buudã sũ-noogo boto la naab sũ-noogo boto la nin-kẽemsã sũ-noogo tɩ sẽn wa n yaa zĩig ninga rãmb n tõe n kõ tõnd d zĩiga n yet tɩ d maaneg dog mika zĩiga bɩ b kõt fãa tɩ tõnd datame tɩ kell n yɩ tõnd rog mika zĩiga tɩ rog mika me ra menem ye tɩ tõnd kamba d yagense me wa ket n le ket n pʋʋda poore donc tõnd bõosda sẽn wa n yaa ned ninga yaa kadeng so lotismã yelle bɩ b sõngdo tɩ yaa mairie na sõngdo bɩ b sõngdo tõe n sõngd zĩig ninga tɩ d paam zĩisã tɩ masmasã yẽ tõnd na ka tõe n yet d bõosdame la d bõosd n kẽnd n maanname wala museo rãmb sã yik n pag b no-bilã tõnd ka le tõe n maan dog mika n be museo pʋga wa la tõnd sãn da be be yaa tõnd kẽeda d zak n kell n sã n kẽ malgd sẽn na n malg bũmb ninga wã donc sẽn wa n tõe n maana soaba nin-kẽemsã kʋsgo la pʋg-yẽnsã kʋsgo la buudã fãa kʋsgo yaa woto kadengã rãmb sãn tõe n sõnga tõngo bɩ b sõngdo tɩ yaa yell sẽn be nin-kẽemsã sũurẽ yaa yell sẽn namsdba.
Le réaménagement de la cour du chef. Bon, nous n'avons pas été encore officiellement contactés. Et dès que ça sera fait, bon, nous allons les accompagner et essayer de créer un circuit qui intègre cette cour du chef avec ce bosquet qui est à l'intérieur du musée. Il est prévu de construire même des pavillons communautaires pour l'animation de certaines ethnies. Et ça va prendre en compte tout cela, le bosquet, aussi bien la cour du chef. Nous allons essayer d'intégrer tout ça dans un seul ensemble parce que c'est avec leur autorisation que nous avons décidé de laisser le bosquet à l'intérieur du musée. Au début, il y a eu des discussions, il y en a qui voulaient qu'on construise le mur et qu'on laisse le bosquet à l'extérieur. Mais on s'est dit que c'est un ensemble qui peut être intéressant aussi pour le musée. Ça peut être pris en compte dans le circuit et c'est un message fort qui peut être présenté aux différents visiteurs qui viennent et ça fait partie de notre culture, de nos traditions et on pense que c'est important.
Dat n paas bũmb beene yaa wa yãmb sok lɛwa yelle lɛwa ka yit yaar wote a tara yʋʋm fãa yita fugri la a tara wẽnkato yẽ baraare baa ye baa rat n dɛɛgame b na yak n kõ y bobga tɩ b sã n maan la a ka yit daar fãa ye dẽn ket b ka tõe n wilg yãmba yaa to-to
Misome ton sarat kurum da tiria. Misome handat be sat kurum. Ton paten dikat kurum. Jawal. Ton paten dikat kurum da tiria. Ti misi wa balo. Yet bam wan pa ma ton. Bam handata bam wata ja ton ballo allo. Tira ka ton teng de ni. Ma metarap tirbi, ton metarap tirbi.
Avant soka. Est-ce que misi wa mbebe na ya jisongo. Un tenzan kurum da tiro. Ka otla yam soka la. Ya jisongo.
Azi
songo. Bika woto la gomna.
Ni da me jini ngama ay ti lo mi ka fara mene ni
ya wala
bud fa tara lo ama saka wala na zini bek ni fa wanye donc a songo da batum kama nan doda yo ambe wa ha ro na yé min ta baram da tala woto donc ambe wa anoma duni wa fa yele ka ton bala man da songo di
ha soma tu
ha soma de bi ba be da songo ba be ton te mana na ni la nan ban ko ba te ban te la so na la woto la kamenga wa
wala
ampa woto la beti fama
ce qui est difficile pour les objets sacrés, c'est que le sacré est suivi de règles, de secrets, d'interdits, de totems, tout ce que vous voulez. Et le professionnel du musée n'est pas forcément initié à ces choses. C'est vrai, le masque, s'il reste sacré, il est plus vivant. Mais compte tenu de tout ce que je vous ai dit, on le désacralise. Maintenant, on met l'accent sur le message. Parce que dans un musée, le message de l'objet, c'est très important. Et ce qui rend un objet vivant, c'est justement tout le discours qu'on essaie de créer autour de l'objet qui peut le rendre vivant. À défaut d'avoir tous ces rites-là qui accompagnent le masque. Et c'est aussi la raison pour laquelle, après toutes ces réflexions-là, et face à tous ces compromis-là, que nous avons décidé maintenant de ne pas faire venir systématiquement les objets que nous collectons, mais d'essayer d'organiser des musées ou des centres autour de ces objets-là, là où ces objets se situent.
Il y a le temps qui passe. Il y a l'homme qui trace. Il y a l'espace qui porte l'homme et ses traces. Dans le souci de conserver ces traces, le musée est né. Dans le souci de conserver ces traces pour les générations futures, le musée est créé. Le musée est né.
Nous avons des relations avec quelques musées européens, en France surtout, le musée du Quai Branly. Et depuis quelques années, nous sommes en collaboration. Nous essayons d'envoyer des stagiaires en formation. Le musée du Louvre aussi nous envoie des stagiaires ici. Et nous avons des projets. Nous les approchons pour avoir des éléments pour pouvoir réaliser ces projets. Mais nous avons des difficultés, surtout en ce qui concerne les échanges d'objets. C'est plus facile pour nous d'envoyer des objets là-bas. Ici. Quand j'ai vu ces objets pour la première fois, c'est vrai, ça m'a fait un pincement au cœur. Surtout de voir que là-bas, il y a de très beaux objets. Et de me dire qu'une partie de ces objets handicape un peu la reconstitution de l'histoire de certaines traditions, de nos cultures. Et je me suis dit, moi j'ai eu la chance de voir ces objets, mais combien de Burkinabés auront la chance de voir ces objets? Très peu. Et pourtant, il y a des objets que j'ai trouvés très intéressants, qui font partie même de la vie des Burkinabés. Et je me suis dit que si c'était possible, en tout cas ces objets-là pouvaient enrichir certaines de nos collections. Mais à défaut que l'on puisse de temps en temps demander une vingtaine, une dizaine d'objets pour pouvoir faire des expositions temporaires et montrer aux Burkinabés ce qui est là-bas et qui n'existe plus ici, parce qu'il y a plein d'objets qu'on ne retrouvera plus jamais ici. C'est parce que c'est des objets uniques. Et quand c'est parti, il n'y en a plus. Aussi bien dans les musées en France que dans les musées en Allemagne, Belgique, aux États-Unis. J'étais là-bas en 2011 où j'ai vu des objets burkinabés, des masques, boaba, là-bas, en exposition. Et ça fait toujours, en tout cas, quelque chose dans le cœur. Mais bon, ces objets sont déjà là-bas. Et ce que nous pouvons faire, c'est peut-être contribuer à la documentation de certains de ces objets. Parce qu'il y a des objets qui sont sans information, où souvent l'information est déformée. Parce que vous savez souvent comment c'est parti. Et petit à petit, nous pouvons peut-être aider à reconstituer cette documentation, à l'améliorer, l'enrichir.
Le fils de la terre pisse sur la poussière, renie sa mère et court derrière l'éphémère. L'obscurité opaque s'érige en lumière à ses yeux. Il maudit sa tradition et claque la porte de ses aïeux. Depuis, il erre dans le vide, silhouette de ce qu'il aurait pu être. Avec un masque stupide, il a du mal à se reconnaître. Le tam-tam le parle, il a du mal à décoder. Ses doigts sont froids sur la kora désaccordée. Le Fils de la terre pisse sur la poussière.
Nous avons compris que le type de présentation de nos musées, le type ethnographique, n'est pas adapté au public de nos pays. Et nous essayons de faire des expositions assez différentes, comme celle que nous allons faire aujourd'hui sur l'histoire du Burkina, qui montre quelques anciens bâtiments qui existaient, des rues, des espaces qui ont été soit détruits pour mettre autre chose, des quartiers qui ont disparu pour être remplacés. Et c'est une exposition qui va montrer tout ça à la jeunesse.
La principale avenue, c'était l'avenue Essling, ce qui est devenu après, en 1960, le boulevard de l'Indépendance, puis en 86, le boulevard de la Révolution, puis en 99, l'avenue Charles de Gaulle, et qui a été prolongée au-delà du palais du gouverneur. À Roboux, on trouve l'avenue Bergère, sur lequel donne l'hôpital, la gare routière, le collège. Voilà. Et la route de Fadan-Gourma qui monte vers ce que l'on appelait à l'époque le bois de Boulogne. Donc ici le quartier du bois avec le premier barrage. Et le premier barrage portait le nom de Pont des Soupirs. Si on personne maintenant à Ouagadougou ne sait ce que c'est que les Champs-Élysées ou le bois de Boulogne, mais c'est que voilà. Donc je vous invite à vous rapprocher. Donc sur 30 panneaux, une centaine de photographies. Les premières sont des vues aériennes. L'église de Dapoya, alors elle n'a pas changé, mais c'est son environnement qui a totalement changé. Vous voyez, comme il est très dénudé. Et c'est aussi ce qui est surprenant sur toutes ces vues anciennes de Ouagadougou. Bien sûr, au moment de l'indépendance, il y avait 35 000 habitants. Puis ici, beaucoup d'immeubles plus anciens qu'on ne voit pas parce qu'ils ont été détruits, ils étaient souvent en banco. L'église qui a précédé la construction de la cathédrale en 1935 et l'ancienne maison des Pères Blancs. Alors voici par exemple une vue du barrage. À l'époque, je pense que c'est donc le second barrage en face de Dapoya qui doit se situer par ici.
Le Fils de la terre pisse sur la poussière. Il n'a plus de racines. Il a vendu les masques et désacralisé les fétiches. Il erre dans le vide, silhouette de ce qu'il aurait pu être. Avec un masque stupide, il a du mal à se reconnaître. Le Fils de la terre pisse sur la poussière.
Thank you. Aya?
Do you have any questions or remarks? I hope you could read the subtitles. I'm sorry they were a bit small. It's due to the size of the screen as well. Do you want the mic?
Hi, Anya. Thank you. My name is David. I think I have like 3 questions. First, I would like to know what prompted you to make the movie. The government authorities are on the museum. I wanted to talk a little bit about that conflict. And then thirdly, twice I saw someone using a stopwatch or a compass. I wondered what symbolic it had. hard for you.
Where students go to relax and to study because it's one of the most calm places in the city. So I was looking, I don't know, I just felt I do something because Ouagadougou is a city where you can't do so many things, and when you spend time there, so I don't know, it interested me. And then I discovered about the story of the between the 1980s and Thomas Sankara's revolution. He started, or he continued modernization in Ouagadougou, and this politics had the slogan of one parcel. So certain families were displaced from this politics, and also this community that was living on the museum ground. Until 1984, this ground was to them. And then they changed the law, and the whole ground became public. It belonged to the so kind of a break, 62, but it didn't have its own spot. It didn't have their own location. So when this urban renewal or modernization took part, they displaced all the people. They got their own parcels, so they were in a certain way refunded. I mean, they got something, they lost something, but they got something. And actually what just interested me in this story was the paradox that it created for the museum, because you have on the same ground, you have an institution that aims to conserve the cultural heritage of the country, and on the same spot you have the ruins of the royal court of the local chief, and the community, they go there to worship and to do their rites and rituals. So you have kind of a state institution and a local spot where the local community goes to, and both of them in a certain way conserve the cultural heritage. You know what I mean? And both of them deal with sacred objects, but in a very different way. So, paradox that very much interested me. And they want to rebuild the court, the chief's court. But I think this will never going to happen. We screened the film in Ouagadougou like 1 month ago, and we invited the chief, we invited the museum's director, so they met. And I mean, the museum, they problem, and as you saw, they say we're going to integrate all that in our circuit. This is kind of a weird concept, to my opinion. Well, I'm more or less neutral, but because this would be folklore, you know, to rebuild Chief's Court, let the people live there, but then tourists are coming and just looking at people who live their daily life. There would be like folklore, or I don't know, like in a zoo. So this could never work. So there's a problem due to politics of these times. To make films is not to give answers to questions. Yeah, and so for this third question, I would like to give back the question and ask, like, what did it mean for you? The hand that takes the time, and yeah. Because I can give an explanation. I would like to know what kind of associations you had in mind when you saw it.
I can make for me, again, you know, I'm only reading subtext. Yeah, so the
it was the starting and ending point of my sort of performance with taking the measures or measuring the ground. So we basically walked on the wall, and it's really, as you saw, it's really, really big. And while it has also metaphorical or philosophical background as well, because for me the white hand takes time, represents this Western approach of rational approach of wanting to measure, take measures, trying to understand things like it was back in colonial times when researchers came and they wanted to measure everything, you know, so it's kind of philosophical, but yeah. And I wanted to include my own point of view because I'm a Western person, you know, I also wanted to include this point of view in the film. But for me it was really important to also have the point of view of a young person from Ouagadougou, so I collaborated with Ali Ouedraogo, who's a very well-known poetry slammer and singer, writer, actor, and I love what he does. He's very political in his slam and his performances, and I absolutely wanted him to give a more poetic aspect also to the film.
Sorry, can you take his name again?
The name?
Yes.
I can give it to you after.
All right, thank you.
So maybe, I don't know if someone else has...
Any other question?
The lady has one question too.
My name is Eukaria Mwachi. My question is this. I would really like to know what prompted the title of the movie. What did you have in mind? Do the Marks die here? I want to really know what you're thinking of. You understand?
Yeah. Actually, since I'm very much inspired by French cinema, it refers to a French film from the 1950s. Et les statues meurent aussi. The Statues Die Too by Alain René et Chris Macaire. It's a masterpiece of French cinematography. And actually they were, at the time, they were filming in the Musée de l'Homme, the Museum of Mankind in Paris, and treating their issue or their subject were from Africa in these ethnological museums in Europe. And to my understanding, their thesis was these objects are dead in the European museums. Because like Madame, the director, headmaster of the museum, she said, when these objects come to the museum, they have to be desacralized. So before they were inhabited by spirits, but when they come to museums, spirits must get off. Yeah, you cannot take an object that's still inhabited by a spirit in the museum. This would create trouble. So I know this is very theoretical debate, but I like theory. So I like this idea that, I like this film very much of Alain René and Chris Macaire, because they say, okay, well, you know how these objects most of the objects came to Europe. The researchers just came and they just took them. They were stolen in many situations. So these objects that are, so to say, dead in the museums, okay, this is a European concept, but why do African countries and African museums, why do they have the concept? And in countries where these traditions are still alive, where you have sacred objects that you heard, this come out once a year or twice a year for certain circumstances. And this is somehow where the objects are alive, referring to this idea, desacralizing objects, and they lose the spirit, they lose the life, so to say, and they remain just objects. And Ali, like we from Europe, we are very much concentrated on objects. But for him, his point of view on African culture is that African culture is much inspired by orality. So the whole orality around the object is at the heart of the culture, of the African culture. So the crucial question for a museum is, how can you conserve this part of the culture? Is it enough just to put objects in an exhibition? Maybe it is not. So this is the question I wanted to raise. And from what you can see, the only tourists, or like, I mean, a documentary is, to my point of view, there is a lot of fiction in documentary, but we met these white tourists and we filmed them, so in the film it appears that the only tourists that come to the museum are white tourists. But yeah, I went there several times and I never local people visiting the museum. It's just not the people just don't do it. So I don't know if it's different here, if you have the habit to go to the National Museum, or if rather you, I don't know, you go back to the village of your ancestors to discover your roots, your cultural roots, and your heritage. So I think museums in general, to me, are important, and I like to go to them, and this is because I'm interested in history. But maybe you need a different concept for African of nation building in the 60s, when countries were independent, and yeah, when nation building was important. But what sense does it make to gather all these objects when no visitors from the country go to watch at them? So why not create centers in the regions where people live with the objects? So this is a concept they are trying to develop right now, and they try to focus more on historical exhibitions, like what you saw, this photo exhibition, and they come to the next problem, that all the footage or the archive material, often if it comes to historical exhibitions, at least everything that dates before 1960s, I mean, these archives in France or in Britain or in Europe, and you don't have the original. Now you have we are in a digital area, and there are possibilities, but I wanted to include this as well in the film, and it's very, well, I don't know, it's not a mise en scène, it was what happened when the opening of the exhibition happened. You see the headmaster of the museum in the background, she has nothing to say, but the curator is a white guy, and he's got the word. He's giving the interpretation. He's telling the Burkinabe about the history. When I was editing the film, we always had to laugh because it's so, I don't know, it shows so much about the relationship. Well, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, thank you.
That is for those of in museums and what they represent. They are not even identified. They have no character. They're just, anyway, that is actually your national museum. That's the National Museum building that was constructed with Nigerian money. Some big men took it over and turned it into a shopping mall, and we all keep quiet. Revolution will come. It will come through documentary film, don't worry. Now I have the great pleasure. Thank you very much, Anya Gobel. Thank you. I have the great pleasure to welcome, if it's one of the biggest credit we have in documentary film. You encounter his work all over the world. We're glad to have you here. Thank you very much. And he has to do a lot of sacrifice. You didn't come all this while. They punished him yesterday. When he arrived with Alan Chana, they were kept at the airport for hours because of visa, all kind of funny story. But we're glad that Alan, you are able to be here, and John Mariteno. Mariteno will present the next film, and then immediately after, he's going to talk to us about what cinema for Africa, because that's a debate we'd like to have. What kind of cinema do we really want to have in Africa? John Mari.
Thank you very much, Jaman, and thank you all for being here to see my late Leaf in the Wind. There are some films that are really very particular, and this one is a very strange film, actually. This is a portrait of a woman who is the daughter of one of the three main Cameroonian freedom fighters, Ernest Wanje. And this woman was born out of a relationship between Ernest Wanje, who was in exile in Ghana, and a young Ghanaian woman in 1959. So in 1960, when the French poisoned, the French Secret Service poisoned the leader of the party in Geneva, he had the responsibility to continue the fight. So he went to Geneva to bring back the body of Félix Moumier to Guinea-Conakry, and then from there he went underground. His girlfriend was never met, and I'm not even sure he had a daughter. And sometimes are so strange. The girl is just almost like the living portrait of the father, even the way they were speaking, even in her own engagement. So she grew up in Ghana in a very harsh conditions, and when she was 27, she came to Cameroon looking for stories about her. So even in Cameroon, she met with silence, and that was eating her up so much. So I met her in 2004. At that time, she was really crying out for people who had things to say about her father. And so when we met, she said, well, you are a filmmaker. How come you come without a camera? I came, but when I was meeting her, it was almost like capturing images like a memory, like a record. I was not intending to make a film about her, because my idea was probably to make a film about her father sometimes. So we were sitting, I had a camera, I didn't even have a tripod, and I recorded her for 3 hours, because when she started telling me about her life, it was really such a moving moment that I said, of history, and I continued with my life, and 5 years later, she decided to end her life. And so I was left with this long interview of her, and this long interview continued to work in my head, because she said so many things, and during the interview she was talking about a leaf. She was like a leaf in the wind, and I didn't get what the metaphor was about. And so it started building. So 2012, I just decided to make a film out of this long interview, and I had some archival footage from my previous films, and also a young artist did some drawings to illustrate some part of her life. So this is really like something I felt it was important to basic and very simple story, but bear with me. For me, this is something to share it with you all. So Leaf in the Wind is 55 minutes, so please enjoy, and we're going to be here for memory and history. Thank you.
How do you expect a leaf without a stalk to live? The branch cannot survive, and the leaf will die out of starvation.
Hello? Sorry, we just want to adjust the format. Please, our advice, if you are sitting at the back, if you can move front a bit, so that those who come late are not walking into the screen while you are there. Please, these seats they are free. Sorry, it's the nature of the hall that when people walk in, they just have to walk in your front. Ulubori, you are.
How do you expect a leaf without a stalk to live? The branch cannot survive, and the leaf will die out of starvation. I was born on the 11th of May, 1961, in Yaba, Lagos, Nigeria, by a Ghanaian mother and a Cameroonian father, the late Ernest Wanji. And my mother, Miss Regina Quaid. Well, I grew up in Ghana most of the time, in Accra.
Do you know how your father and your mother met?
In the late 50s. That's about all I know. He was a political refugee, political activist, roving around the west coast of Africa, up to Egypt, Algeria, and elsewhere.
Un arbre qui tombe, fait-il vraiment plus de bruit que la forêt qui pousse? Pendant mon enfance, Ernest Wanji a été présenté par les médias comme un maquisard. Aujourd'hui, on dirait un terroriste, dont la seule évocation du nom pouvait vous coûter la vie. Mais aussi loin que remonte ma mémoire, Wanji était ce héros qui avait pris les armes pour lutter contre le pouvoir d'Ahidjo, le premier président du Cameroun, installé et soutenu par la France. Wanji a combattu jusqu'au sacrifice de sa vie pour un Cameroun libre et démocratique. En rencontrant par hasard sa fille Ernestine cet après-midi 2004, je me suis réjoui à l'idée d'effectuer en sa compagnie un nouveau voyage dans la douloureuse histoire du Cameroun. Mais j'étais loin d'imaginer à quel point le récit de sa vie allait bouleverser la mienne et remettre en question un certain nombre d'idées reçues sur cet amour qu'on dit inconditionnel et sur la notion de sacrifice.
Rivaux des Français et des Anglais, leurs égaux encouragent dans la découverte, les Allemands en 1924 commencent la conquête du Cameroun. Venu du Tchad, le Cameroun sera français un champ de bataille du grand contrôle. C'est une guerre obscure, ignorée, et aussi pour la Tchad, que les Allemands vainqueurs abandonnent les combats. Ce pays s'énergie par hasard, aussi pour la forêt, tant de paix pour la forêt, que les Allemands vaincus abandonnent la notion d'une discipline nécessaire que les années de lutte ont ruiné. Ici, une création française commence. Ici, une création française commence. Une création française commence.
Au Cameroun, à Daoula, les indigènes, accompagnés par les colons, parcourent les rues de la petite ville, exaltant leur sentiment d'ardent loyalisme à l'égard de la France.
Le maître français est un de ces instituteurs d'Afrique, passionnés de leur métier et qui les pédanterie. Pour ces garçons, le visage du maître est un de ceux qui leur rendent la France sensible. Ces rudiments qu'ils apprennent avec une ferveur touchante, c'est une voix qui nous livre leur cœur.
Pendant plusieurs années, j'avais hésité devant le poids de la responsabilité que m'avait spontanément confiée Ernest. Quelques mois après qu'elle ait choisi de mettre fin à ses jours, ces images d'un passé qui repaît inscrivent la vie d'Ernestine dans la tragédie que fut la colonisation et me renvoient aux propos suivants. Les conséquences socio-psychologiques du colonialisme sont bien plus insidieuses que les conséquences politiques et économiques, car elles pénètrent en profondeur l'esprit des gens et sont donc plus longues à éradiquer. Kwame Nkrumah, le premier président du Ghana.
There was a picture, a big photograph on a loose sheet of Kwame Nkrumah, the late Kwame Nkrumah. That was when he was overthrown, I think. We were asked to throw stones at it. We had sticks. We jumped on the field and played around. That was an innocent game. That is how far I can remember certain part of my youthfulness. Until I found myself with this auntie by name Nancy Biney. I grew up there just like any growing up child, but with a very difficult and a special training and treatment. Arising from the simple fact that I was sort of abandoned to her. She had no other revenue coming from my mother. Well, she made use of me. I had to wash and iron, divide myself into 4. That is, one in my auntie's place, the rightful one I was staying with, and 2 other distant aunties. And 1 distant grandfather. I had to go helping these other 2 distant aunties simply because they could give me clothes that their children no longer wanted. And to me, it was a God-sent gift because it kept me from being naked. That was my use. There were times I was categorically stopped from going to school because there was no money to pay for the school fees. I had very little to eat. I had to make sure everything was clean, spotlessly clean, before I could go to bed. I never went to bed before it was 11 p.m. And by 5 o'clock a.m., I was awakened. Well, I had for a sleeping place a kitchen, and it had cemented floor, cold, with a charcoal bag, what we call jute bag, as bed. That was at best. She brought me up the way she could, but I was nothing less but a bastard. Or with a father supposedly coming from a country where human flesh was eaten regularly.
On a beau écouter la forêt, mais le son qui me parvient distinctement est celui du gargouillis des ventres ballonnés de ceux qui ont faim, qui rivalise avec celui des ventres de ceux qui risquent d'exploser à force de trop manger. Mis à nu comme nos forêts, certains des survivants des massacres coloniaux s'accoutrent d'uniformes pour défendre des drapeaux encore maculés du sang de leurs ancêtres.
Je vous ai compris. Je sais ce qui s'est passé ici.
Mais certains ont refusé de courber l'échine, de baisser la tête. La révolte est lancée par Ruben Oumniobé qui crée en 1948 l'Union des populations du Cameroun, l'UPC, un parti politique qui réclame une véritable indépendance politique et économique du Cameroun. La condescendance et les brutalités de l'administration coloniale contraignent l'UPC à recourir à la lutte armée en 1955. Ce combat inégal se solde par une défaite collective que la répression, le silence et les timides avancées sur le plan démocratique pour les Camerounais n'arrivent plus à masquer. Ruben Oumniobé est tué en septembre 1958 dans le maquis camerounais. Félix Roland Mounier est empoisonné à Genève par un agent des services secrets français en 1960. Des centaines de milliers de personnes sont déplacées. Des centaines de milliers d'autres meurent sous le feu des bombardements coloniaux. Des villages entiers sont rayés de la carte.
Sometimes it's difficult. Well, she would call me sometimes when she knew the quarters was quiet, with any possible person around to save me from her constant and unplanned to me, but probably planned by her, means of beating me. She would call me with a sweet voice, but I thought there was something, and she would lock me up in the room with grounded pepper, beat me with canes, with anything she can just feel on. And when I had marks on the skin, she would spread the pepper paste on me.
But why did she do that?
That is one question I will not be able to tell you. It was simple wickedness. She had never had a child before. Was it that? Was it that I meant nothing to them. I was there, she could not say no, she could not say yes. I was her property. And when you are the property of someone, the person uses you.
And what about your mother? Did you...
That's what I said. My mother just went and brought me there. And this, I came to learn later on, she discarded me so that she will be able to make a new life with somebody else. I was a stumbling block to her because the man wouldn't want to see me. And then, surprisingly, one day she turned up with a suitcase with a few clothing and 2 underwears because I wrote to her saying I had no underwear, I had nothing. And this will shock you. This auntie of mine was so wicked to an extent that, you know, her best art was to sort of put me down naked, really insult me with all this. To come up to, when you were a young girl, when you begin to see your period for the first time, it was said you had to tell your parents. They will make a sacrifice for you, that is, prepare yam, mashed yam with palm oil and with some eggs, that is, not any ordinary eggs, but the eggs laid by a local fowl. This was supposed to have been done for me. But since my auntie had a way of denigrating my very person, I got scared when I had my period that I did not tell her. In any case, what was the use? It would be used in insulting me. I will have nothing, so I had to use newspapers as protections during those periods. And most of the time I had no underwear. So this was one of those things that forced me into writing. I had to that effect. Until a friend, that is a playing mate, threatened to expose me if I did not go to announce it properly on my own. Eventually, she came to know about it. That was over 3 or 4 months after I had seen my period for the first time. When this came up too, suddenly I had my self-consciousness, etc., etc. I started asking for a sort of respect for my very person, and then began being a bit naughty. Naughty in the sense that I began retalking anytime she said something that was disagreement, that brought me disagreement. Well, I was asked to sweep a compound. As it was, I swept the compound in the morning and at 4 o'clock in the evenings. This I was doing, she said nothing. It was after I had finished, she told me I had not raised up a recipient to sweep under, and that brought me a quick slap. These slaps have so much damaged my hearing aid till now. Sometimes I hear very little. I don't hear because I spent my time receiving slaps. Slaps, especially in the night when I was washing the plates and the bowls that were used in cooking. And naturally, sleep would overtake me. I slept probably sometimes on my knees. And during those times, sometimes all I would hear, I would see a spark of lightning because I had received a slap in the ear. This was a regular feature. And so, after leaving all this and beginning to take age, I retaliated once. And that was the end. And the beginning of more and yet difficult moments. This I went through, I remember very well. It should have been in 78, if my memory is right. After the long vacation, a cousin of mine on her way from Axim passed over and took me away from my auntie to my mother.
Day by day, night by night, if you born picking a girl, you want her to go to school. What a girl she gonna be, oh, for a woman to go to school. And she close to come for home. On her way she meet her friend. Now her friend go be a boy, oh, and he take her hand for go. And he take her hand to pop, and he called for wine and beer, and the beer them both not take, oh, for the wine go make them drunk. When they finish, she run for home to say hello to mom, and her mom go say, my darling, come home to me.
Unfortunately, my arrival wasn't a joy to my mother. I suddenly became the rival of my mother. The worst I could hear, that I should call her sister and not mother. This was one of the first shocks I had. And when I tried to ask her, I had a slap for that. And then I had an answer. The answer being that I was too old to call her mother, that I should call her sister, because that would make her look younger or feel younger. Having been used in calling even my auntie mother or mama, and I used to call her, it was sort of very, very difficult for me, but I had to try if I wanted to stay. So I began calling my mother sister. Nothing I did satisfied her. I stayed with her. I don't remember. My heart was so full and heavy that I began regretting having started it all. That is, sending a slap in the face of my auntie and having to find myself driven away from her to come to a mother I thought loved me but did not in actual fact. I had to, as I said, my place there was nothing better than a slave. I remember once I woke up later than 5 o'clock. That is 5:30 a.m. Well, I really didn't feel like doing anything, or even if I wanted to do it, I didn't do it with the same speed and care as usual, and this brought up a little lateness that morning. I had a big stone thrown at me. I had a cut in the head. and I was driven away from the house by my mother. I had my clothes torn off from me simply because she bought them for me. I had to go away. I'm just a bad luck child. Because of me, her life is not well situated. She lost chances. And many other unpleasant words. Well, a reverend pastor's wife gave me a cloth to tie around my waist, better on my chest. And this lasted almost a week. So I was living and sleeping around the pastor's wife's house because they too had to take care of me, but in secrecy. Because anybody who tried to come to my aid had his or her own share. Until my stepmother, that is my father's first wife.
What's her name?
Mrs. Matt Wanji. And another Cameroonian who was also living in Ghana and is still living in Ghana came over for a visit and fell on me. I was living by the roadside. She took pity on me, took me with her to this gentleman's house where she was lodging in Teshinungwa. We stayed there for about a week, and then she took me over with her to Lomé. It was not rosy. She did her best. It was just around the same time when preparations were being made for me to have me registered at the UNHCR as a daughter of a political refugee, to be able to have a right to a secondary school education. Well, when arrangements were made for the scholarship to be offered, my mother refused to sign, simply because if she signed, it would give me wings, and if I succeeded in life, I would bluff her. The following year, the Cameroonian community based in Ghana decided to make a body and sign those papers, that is, as parents, that is, as a group, that they were a group of parents to me. They signed it, and this brought me the possibility of getting into a secondary school. Having very limited time and age taking the best part of my life, I sat in for the entrance examination to the Ghana Institute of Journalism, which I obtained, and came out with a diploma in journalism in 86. Before then, I had gotten into contact with a kind Cameroonian Dr. Samuel Kasapu. To me, it was heaven for once. I stayed in there for the time, and from 83 through 86, I was a real full-blown member of his family. But it was not to last for long. I started talking about wanting to know who I was, who this bastard father of mine was, or whom this man-eating father of mine was.
Ernestine Wangé arrive au Cameroun en 1987, 16 ans après la mise à mort de son père. Elle est confrontée à l'effroi et parfois aussi à l'hostilité dans le regard des gens quand elle décline son identité. Elle écrit au chef de l'État et demande à être reconnue comme citoyenne camerounaise. Elle trouve ensuite un emploi au ministère de l'Information et de la Culture et s'installe dans une petite ville de l'ouest du Cameroun, une région dans laquelle son père est né et où il fut exécuté sur la place publique. Devant le silence des autorités camerounaises et la disparition des principaux acteurs, la polémique continue de courir sur les conditions de la reddition de Ernest Wangé, plus de 40 ans après sa mort. Armé dans la région ouest du Cameroun. Devant ce contre la France et ses représentants locaux, Ernest Wangé avait-il la moindre idée du déséquilibre des forces en présence et la conscience de son sacrifice? Il se raconte que le gouvernement camerounais aurait mandaté Monseigneur Ndogmo, l'évêque de Nkonsamba, pour négocier sa sortie du maquis et la fin de la lutte armée. L'évêque avait été par la suite désavoué et s'était retrouvé sur le banc des accusés aux côtés de Ernest Wangé. Après un passage devant un tribunal militaire, Monseigneur Ndogmo est condamné à mort et Ernest Wangé exécuté le 15 janvier 1971 à Bafoussam. Il se racontait aussi que ce héros, las de sa vie dans le maquis, avait choisi de lui-même de se rendre aux autorités. Arrivé seul et désœuvré dans une caserne, une fois qu'il déclina son identité, tous les soldats présents dans la pièce se seraient enfuis par la porte et par les fenêtres, laissant Ernest Wangé seul dans la pièce. À ce moment-là, avait-il cessé de croire aux idéaux de la lutte révolutionnaire? Était-il alors conscient de l'issue fatale qui l'attendait? S'était-il interrogé sur l'utilité de son sacrifice? Au regard de l'histoire des 50 dernières années au Cameroun, avons-nous été à la hauteur du sacrifice de ces hommes et de ces femmes? Savait-il qu'il avait laissé au Ghana une enfant de 10 ans
qui vivait un enfer.
So I turned to Albert Mukom and asked him to try and give me an impartial resume of what he knew. Well, his version was that during the contact meetings between the Ndomo and my late father, they came to a point where, from nowhere, Ndomo found himself being, he was invited to go to Rome and had no time or very little time to warn my father and ask him to take cover until he was back. Okay, having taken appointments with him and having accepted certain rules and regulations, he turned out on an appointed day and found that Ndomo was not there. And he could not keep staying in there because there were other reverend sisters and fathers on a congregational meeting. It became impossible for him to be able to fend for himself throughout. And then got back into the bush until when he had no other means of direction, he went and delivered himself to the authorities. And that, again, Ndomo died a deceived man because he was unable to explain his actions to my late father. And it pained him that my father died thinking of him as a traitor. If the French government and the world at large could be sincere to themselves and leave people their histories, as and when, I wouldn't be sitting here trying to know who killed my father and why he was killed. I'm asking to whomever, this is a plea, a sincere plea from my heart, for anybody enough, sincere enough to come out to tell me something. I'm still in the clouds. I've seen just the bit of the iceberg, but the iceberg itself, I've not seen it. There's a truth somewhere, and this truth must come out. And for this truth to come out, we must stop teaching rubbish to our children. It hurts. It hurts to know that one has to die twice. The first death itself, it's hard enough to accept. But the second death, which is silence, silence over all this, will bring us nowhere. It is time we break the chain look back before we could see forward. That's what I think. In any case, when history is written, the roaming souls will come to a rest. That is so.
The blame that she's giving to the father who never came back. Don't you think some of their attitude towards you came also from that? The fact that the father never came back?
That's what I'm saying. The hate she had on me, she had for me, was fomented by the simple fact that her dreams with my father fell apart before it could begin. It's hurting, and it hurts often. There's no one to cry up to. There's nothing to look up to reduce the pain. Yet life must go on. It's funny, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. You see, when a home is destroyed, everything goes. And in a state like this, no one cares for the other. This is what, or this is the fruit of a burning home. The head was no longer there, left to itself, and the intestines were left anyhow. I'm in bits and pieces. I'm in bits and pieces. I need a support. I need one. How will I get it? At least you need something. You need a reminder. That is what I said. We have to look back. We have to be able to look back to know where we are, to be able to know where we will be going. Where is my back? Who is at my back?
One of the most important men of Africa.
Yes, that I know.
Who gave
But
you
what
time?
is there? To remind us, to remind us, to remind me. My father and his crew defenders of a true, independent and prosperous Africa, Cameroon in particular. Are being let out in the cold, under silence, with no reference. Is that what you claim to be my back? I need my back. I need a support. My children ask me, who is my grandfather? Maman, qui est notre grand-père? I can't say much. They are still young because they have their friends in school. They go on holidays. Some come and tell them, we were on holidays with our grandfather. Others can tell them, okay, my grandfather is dead. Or my grandmother is. But all I can show to my children is a picture of a grandfather in a handcuff. Don't you think that the children at first will look at this picture like any other one? Not so long ago, my first son asked me, why is grandfather in a handcuff? What do I give him as explanation? I tried to give an explanation, but he's still not satisfied. If there was a history book somewhere written with impartiality, I would have asked him and will ask him and the others after him to go and consult. From there, they will understand why their grandfather is in a hand. The only picture I have of him.
Au complice supposé. Et à ce jour, pas une plaque, silence criminel, comme pour rappeler à tous que la sauvagerie coloniale n'est toujours pas derrière nous.
We need to heal the wounds. We must put our houses in order. The fight of Africans is not, I'm from Yaoundé, you are from, you are a stranger. You are white, we are strangers. When are we going to know ourselves? When are we going to be sisters and brothers? We are calling for African unity. Kwame Nkrumah called for that. Others before him tried to call. He put it into words. He was driven away by the same colonial powers. We need to heal these wounds. The children, our mothers and fathers, did not even ask at all. But the ones coming, there's troubles. Because they don't know where they belong. We don't know where we belong. How do you expect a leaf without a or without the tree to live? Either the leaf or the flower. Let's take it on the leaf. I need the branch to live on. Now when you cut that branch, what is left? Probably the root. But the root itself is no longer existing. So the branch cannot survive. And the leaf will die out of starvation. That is lack of water and other nutrients. It will fall, it will dry off, and the wind will do what with it? blow it left, right, up, and it will disappear one day.
Un matin d'octobre, avant le jour, Ernestine quitte la familiale avec un pagne et une sandale. Sa voiture est retrouvée près d'un pont et son corps sera retrouvé plusieurs jours plus tard sur les rives du fleuve. Porte mon admiration. Et pour toi aussi, Ernestine, tout mon et mon affection à jamais.
Doesn't take it to our own reality, and really it's important that we are more documentary who deal with so many issues and so many different issues, and the television should, I hope the television will follow, because of course most of the television are there to make money, but you can also make money with document, with true story, with live people's story. So it's a fight, it's a long struggle, and I hope with iREP we have more.
Okay, Jean-Marie. Long ago, I understood why some of us, we think of you as a group, specifically, particularly in relation to African cinema. So I thank you for this harrowing journey. A harrowing journey. So many questions. Ask only one. I don't want to take all the time. There is a political urgency to this story. It's me to my question. Do you deliberately give a political edge to your narrative, while at the same time deliberately playing the form of your narrative?
Please say it again.
You
the tendency of trying to dissociate what is political, and often sometimes even with our lives. So at your kids at school, where you put your garbage, how the state deals with the running water, every issue in our lives are, so we can pretend that are political. It's not true. Every decision are political. So it's maybe time we just and say our names, because it's almost in Cameroon people use trouble. The place we running, all we place and everything we are interested in is political. I cannot remove the political because all these are completely intertwined. And the colonial part is really, she's the consequence, one of the consequences, her life is one of the consequences of the struggle for independence in Cameroon, so I cannot aside. So to tell her, to put the context, is also a cinematic way. You can follow a walk intertwined, but I tried as if I was making identity. And what is interesting was that films thinking the way because when we see the first 7 films, that people will say it's almost playing the people guy who was making documentaries, but he's also to reclaim, show how people were being inventive in terms of finding ways. He made series on thing that, and when I came to filmmaking, I was in a place where films like Munamoto from my older Ikonge Pipa, had the feeling that to continue and to question this notion of entertainment versus education, every documentary I was trying to be able to use, and the question that I had to face was who was speaking in the film's request. Only possible if you can look at things in a strong point of view and strong end of the 2000, the first decade of the 2000. That was really hadn't seen as we was the way and not really addressing the issues. People are afraid that there might be people hitting or because they come to silence it. It's not just attacking, but it's also the way to tell issues that are addressed, but from a perspective that is indigenous and that can grab is we put that in and really make and that resist we give it up, even if that not money, but easy your foreigner in one country. Thank you very much.
And that's why we wanted to screen ourselves is very big. And it's actually part of iREP, but we're not reckoning the fact that they have
a reference in document. There seems it's in Francophone cinema. This is what I think. It's still dependent sometimes on finance from France and other related organizations or agencies. And in the future,
society and
my question is still an object. And for instance, our cinema, within European cinema, US cinema, Italian cinema, that the term is used internationally, consciously, for Africans, in such a way to refer to erase all national distinctions, where we also often international African cinema reduce itself to Francophone cinema. And so, sometimes you talk about African cinema and they talk about the world outside it. So, I think European cinema is already defined. When we American cinema, then also unconsciously, we go into that.
He's not being and the livelihood we've discovered you can also create a genre, the new sexism, for instance, that you can find in many films, that can become a new genre, why not? You have so many categories, so you have all that. But it's not me to do the categorization. I like watching and anytime you come in, how is it always end with the VSP, which the point that we want to put for so he says something about our society, something about people, projected visions and everything. What kind of we project things? And cinema is really probably helping people to put themselves forward. How we talk about cinema because it's diverse. Just so make trying to entertainment because we do not need any education on the table. And documentary have a tendency of helping, but we want to play more.
Just one, please. You use part of the older problems that we have in the generation is that maybe the is not from how can we sell the older generation people really involved, someone help each in that. Thank you.
This film and talk about storytelling, that will of course contribute a champion in the country and who will be so happy to contribute and help better than any option. Because last week don't he died in total poverty because he started to vary a bit of nationality where people have been told neglected having a very vision. So if they could be occupied and put very young generation, but this people can lead in consideration, which is a long shot country is they don't really care the older generation are supposed to be trusting, and that's part of our problem. It's not area almost the same question. So how do we change this thing? How do we bring people to contribute to the society for generation? Everyone says I want to do something different. Because the organization and the way things see that even expected. So that's not our culture. So if the question not answer that question that our collectively we answer.
John, I'm sure I was when you started about what. So was the prince. Let me. Thank you very much. Yeah. Or we have killed our talent of tonight. What's procedure? I have been all the world. This minister last week and so that quickly because when real part project fit into If you every time on the program designed such a way that one leads the other. Let's talk about what's for Africa. Now we want to see how start. So they have and so hands on chain, film car, facilities. Came to a family. Somebody came me how they play. My mouth of more by no more. Is that for him? We put a someone told that I'm about to be here. I'm about this. I'm about everybody. Well, to love me, but we don't tell you from here.
Many friends on chain just a few years ago, you had people into moderation session. It's okay. While we were a few analysts to join us, he starts the conversation into I think the issue in discussion is African issue of not. Next, I believe a brief summary as best I can and of course, things that come to mind the advantages, disadvantages, and then we to talk about a few countries, maybe level of migration. Because, for instance, I know in Africa, maybe only about 6 to 9 countries have done 50% to digital broadcast. This came actually as a result of the International Telecommunications Union that actually by June 2015, I think most of the countries who are interested in migrating have done so. And of course, this has to do with reallocation of this and affects the democratic environment in the future. These are the key areas. Because I will not in this because let us welcome Mahmoud Alogu, who had been introduced. Everybody was downstairs. Mahmoud, the viewer of the tongue with me. It was done 35 then. Also, the chairman of the Executive, welcome Mahmoud Alogu. And of course, Mahmoud, who is the director of great interest in ensuring the proper structure of so it's all good that just is kind of. In fact, the chief executive of just a recap so we can talk about digital marketing and has spent 2 minutes talking about the International Telecommunications Union that had June 2015 for this break. I think there will be a relocation frequency. I think not in digital marketing. The key moving from analog to digital marketing. We're looking at it in the perspective how I will immediately hand over the mic for them to start. Let's just say that a few years, many years ago, I was going to the television environment. It's something, and it's not a pitiful jumping from the studio, the control room, sweating, and also being expected to deliver content. That producer is one of the Mahmoud Alogu, who was at that time producing video, very popular language. You see, he was so free. It was not for studios to control him, short to give that. Those are the low difference of a lot of broadcast. When we go to terror, and I know that at this point, progress will open up how now it be useful for so who like to start? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Migration plan of digital system. We need to get to it. Currently, most pre-30 as the normal NTI are creating an analog platform. It's moved to cast. So they now being wireless. No longer information. The transmitters, they will need them for these to do their transmission. So now what is that? Mark for content so that not YouTube content. People YouTube now but NT tracks and trying to provide board transmit digital signal in Nigerians. Most Nigerians require have a set box click on TV. This mode is absent Twitter too. So it is going on in use and now digital migration. For me, it's life in Africa right now very limited to create channels content. But when we go to the ecosystem, distribution, people will have start.
So now is we take this that can think about how long will it take us?
How many of you may come up now?
It's one of the most difficult tasks I've ever taken in my life. I know what I look back now. I'm asking my I knew what I was doing. It's when you didn't get one okay, this is let me continue to work on going to split.
When I do my own post-production, you probably not know I'm going into the studio. I take my laptop bag and then snap bag and I'm doing some high quality work. These are so part of the elements of migration. We're going to have Mahmoud Alogu to, our perspectives.
Yeah, thank you very much and good evening to you all. Me, I'm kind of going to agree topic with what I said. Digitalization, our democracy. That's what I'm going to do. I'll talk about set-top box migration be dealing with because I'm not involved with that yet. What does digitization portend for African within our political sphere? The policy we are talking about. What do we have? We know monopoly anymore. That's why you could see each other in quote all the channels. NTA used to hold sway as regards taking care of nation, and the government in Nigeria had what I'll call a stranglehold on what NTA was doing. So opposition had little. The democratization of broadcasting in Nigeria, things changed, and that is good experience, right? With the channels that are for pennies sort of now. So the people with opportunity of alternatives, right? Even the so political parties now know that look, there's no guarantee for just get whatever we have on a platform, right? You say their own, and they begin to manipulate. So that is where the content comes in now. How genuine, how truthful, by what Wayme said yesterday, right? What version of the truth are you across? All those with digitization, right? Nigerian Spring, right? Right? Without this digital, some level of digitization through the social media. Whatever you are doing is the plethora of channels that we're going to have, coupled with access of producers, productions, going to impact on time. So it behoves us as content providers, social commentators, also be very careful to churn out as who we align with in terms of the democracy. Yes, whether we're you know, the quality will be there in terms of picture because the format that not do. Yeah, so that's what is how creative you are with what you have as an offering. That's why I'm putting it to you guys for.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. Please hold on the mic so we can reach yourselves. Mahmoud draws to the second issue, digitalization and the future of African democracies. You know, so obviously, as Rice said, now the political class will now not take the public for granted anymore. The information out there, it's where if you do something, it's on everywhere. Just a few years, if you in Atlanta with people as job of knowledge and besides that kind how to distribute films and the government was on the room. How to distribute fun movies. Opening here. Chicken and gold, all knowledge from total device where you don't even have to use data to buy things. What you need is to access that and then with data. Then once you are in because already subscribed to the channel. It's because I note earlier that the political class now more on the orientation, how they deal with it, it's no more okay, doesn't how they think. So you have to communicate your agenda to keep so that we don't get our just rings. Talk about that you talk about. Stop seeing what I call that just rings. So even though we did carry it to a see, so we wrap up. Allow me to get and we and then we wrap from the so how do you want to come to the see and then Shaibu John brought into the phone now.
Okay. All right. This question. About the second part of the discourse, the future of African democracies. There's a chance for us to see thinking about elections. How many TV stations, audio stations, keep on self to educate Nigerian people before the election? In saying one of the plethora of television stations and TV stations relations will truly be politically liable money. That even democracy we're talking about. So I just want to say that would be what kind of we looking for in terms of shop viruses still from all over the world, and actually the elections we didn't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll take the panel remember good evening. What panel we have on the congratulations. You can tell your pinch out something and whether you are prepared. For me, that even feel my face that we won't be able to get content because even now talking now we've even wanted to so to see channels sometimes as annoying they spam on a particular video. They are paid for 20 times in 60 days. They bring up went somewhere one is so you just put the continuous replay or programs. So that's the point that is really very important. That those of us who want to go in production should be more interested in in front. They should be more interested in using content foundations. They should get too many white contents to put. They are down Telemundo, and all those kind of programs. The other question I want to owners of this stage: are you paid for this? How much is are you prepared to pay? you want us to be coming up to begin to produce, prepare for it. We have even done everywhere it. Or you guys for content. That's the question I ask you. One or two men come back. Yes. Please say the name.
And Joseph, T-I-Z-A, Joseph, yes. Well, like he said, we suffer so much in creating content. At the end of the day, we are against that content. It's not even respected we've been getting what we expect from that content. And again, those who are passionate about content development, who are passionate about content development, we need to be heard by you content buyers. Because most times, the voice there, you don't know who to make, don't where you don't know the way to go in order to help you to not help you to access really things. And then at the end of the day, when you treat people, it seems as if you know what call them. And so what I'm trying to say, I want you to say, yes.
That's our final question.
My name is Ulugeke. So funny. We gather this and talk about content and so many other things that go around production. Look around you. This Nigeria, you can find it. It's amazing. There's so many out there that you can want. But I also think about bringing from somewhere else and sell it to people and feel just money. Why have beyond it around us? What happened to us? I think the problem is the people who own the stations, those who are not ready to. We are ready to talk. That has what's wrong with. So you wonder why and you say, I don't see anything that's good.
Let me just try to summarize so really interested in what will go down, politics and electioneering, all of that. Kind of really look at the child is interested. Is looking. Will we be having replay who is really to be or they really get money? So the Joseph here, young person, trying to traveling the routes to get access to that may be something that you get parts to look at them. Of course, you tell us the contents available all over the place, but so we'll look at that, shop.
Okay, I'll be short. I'll put it down. He has just given us a content idea in here because democracy is not yet shown. It's voted on. There's voted. I'm looking at democracy strictly as election. Democracy even in the home, even in the office. Democracy even in terms of my relationship with you. How much are we exploring? The truth is, deviations are out of it. I think Oga said, really, the truth of the matter is that protection time is in for and they even sell pro images. News is now. If you're not ready to pay for it, your news will be heard. Is that all our democracy? But the beauty of digitization is that the options become so it's no more no put that in the NCA, a big judgment will happen until you but with digitization, all you need is this. All have to make us. Something's happening under digital documentation. That's documentation. The office way to look at who can accommodate content. The problem in our space, one content is expensive to produce, and that's the matter. So as people look more in countries, when you create content, you don't create space of television with it. Can I sell it out at night? Can I sell it to airline? Can I sell it more? Can I make it web source? You cannot start thinking of that after they produce. You must it before. Thank you.
So I work for so let's just 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Sure, NDA, very profitable. 65 minutes. So, promise you, the team will go in a new ecosystem. It is a platform. They just provide from you. What on from did they produce? So it is basically what you wonder is what at the time. So on piece or content, well, it is the record. Some of the for your content, not TV as a matter of when you go through the other streams. And the most important what the start of TV is to see us. So you can.
I think the challenge when it comes to content to me personally, I want at doorstep of the end, the ends, is since we have because we all know the situation in Nigeria. We all rush past to what is going on. Today, God is on a channel. Like I say, most of them, like sometimes they are not very few owners, channel owners that are really sad. Most of have this for practice for the ego. So I think it will hold the FBC what you have to offer in terms of the technical of the channel you and this is critical. Then other one I'm going to what JD said. Look, like I said, it's going to show be. Yes, back will be instant. Right? So not you will have monopolies on the day. So if you do well, because yeah, thank you very much.
Well, I'll just start from Mamusta. When you use the word democracy, the hand power to the so in as a content maker, the power does no longer belong to you. It's the people that know that country's office. About it. So as we democratize and begin to empower the people, we need to think business strategy, use things. We need to into some pilots can help set things and if others can do it. Before helps also decision helps also not cross-pollinate can tell people report you go to TV. So they need to build your own get and they take that back to TV. Content have content. I don't care about content. That's about the best have into us. You content just keep thank you.
Question from okay. No, you mentioned.
I've come to social media. TMC. There is HLS or entries gone digital. Why not? That's one. Second one, talking about digital, not expose our late into space. It bears. Marry and oh, no, that's the second. What's the question for us?
Well, I mean, commissioners, we've tried to address most of these inside the product. We're exposing us. If you're content, if you're content to the public, that's general public. We're not react possibly. I think that's general. This is going to go to team.
I wanted to chip in the areas paint and how to be all that. I think with Nigeria, collect management have individual IP owners, it will also to avail ourselves this option on so we can take advantage of what they have for like a heavy rest. If there's no this TV, right? I was no charity and speaking of platform owner, some DTA. Right? Now we visit when we shoot them on the laboratory, they say that just had DTV and I didn't really talk about business. Using a cost I'm ready to buy the whole hog or to get something to system food.
Go pay content. So what want to say? If we go to digital marketing, if we transfer analog content to digital platform into the laptop, we can work in digital tank.
Word from real.
One word, the money is abnormal. In digital space, content is and the audience is the giver.
Have an audience in the plot for you. Very interesting. So, well, I'm wrapped it up. Well, good now. Unknown. Dita. Thank you very much.
First model. What just said I'm there not just this one made of mix. Because next is the mix. They are seat. May I buy Julie? Okay. Johnny, Woody, this side of drinks. We go page in, you say that I very good for software one trading in maker.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, to be here. It felt about the 6 hours in country.
Let's sit down outside for midnight. We all great dreams.
Yes, released 2007. Shoot in 4 countries. We shoot in India, Burkina Faso, in North Korea, and in America. And cinema owners is far across the world. And it was we followed an happened with the Titanic movie in this very still pieces in the world. And we find a lot of enthusiasm at big cinema. And I think it's a bit late to the enthusiastic area. For me, it's just time to be here. Of so-called, I think that also the relation to that what my protagonist makes in this film. Yes, I will do for journey through the around the world, and the premiere film was in Science 2007. Yes, this is the first time I shared. You think?
For the screen, you the film. This because the film title mostly, even if there's not coming from stage there, can the subtitle in it. So for you to be able to read play, you may have to step forward. Don't worry, the class will not start on 8. Start at about 8, so we can still go ahead and screen, but to be able to read, we have to move up.
Chers cinéphiles, il y a des people. Alors, la cité de Dieu, puis garantit le mérite une certaine de voir son cinéma. Cinéma, vous invite cela à tout le monde voir le film de Tech. Il y a un suspense prévu, vous allez toujours dans cette de temps. Allez, et on met un prix, parce que j'ai amené Captain.
I just
little